My wife. My wife.
That's why I'll never forgive the Japanese!
Hello. One crucial thing I have to test. Hello. Um, there's some Steve stuff. Uh, ah. Oh, I get it. I think I understand why. One of the things they changed before we go into it is while standing 2-2, or sorry, Lionheart 1+2 is going to be 18 frames. It's 2 frames faster. So this becomes unrage artable. Right? Already, already it was the case that if Steve does this,
That was
there's a frame trap,
undeniable
right? So
proof
I'll
that
show
we
you.
Totally owned you, lamers.
My Supreme shirt, thanks. So this is power crushable. He's +8 and then he does Lionheart 1. I believe this is going to come back into play. I want to see if I can create a nice display here. Hey Zani's World, thank you for sharing your opinion. I don't recall asking, but hopefully these patch notes alleviate your concerns. Let's see. I'm sorry. It's early in the morning, bruh. I wonder... Is there a way I can do this? That's so ass crack Don. Why'd you have to say ass crack, bro? My thought process here for these patch notes is whether or not they did a good job, they very clearly tried. And they have very clear direction. And I can respect that. Now, is there a way to make this look better? This does not look good. Azu was nerfed too much. Yeah, that's what I mean. So we got a lot to put it on the bottom. Oh, like down here. Oh, you know, sometimes you guys know what you're talking about. Very rarely, but sometimes I feel like you guys have it together. This is kind of a good idea. Look at this. Oops. Unlock this. Drag this up. Ooh. Now we have patch notes down. Look at this. Sometimes chat. Occasional dubs in the chat. Wow. Occasionally smart. Occasionally smart. All right, give me a sec.
I'll never forgive the Japanese.
Gone from zero tech and experience up to just promoting to purple ranks in the last few weeks thanks to your content.
Thank you, Bone
have a
Daddy.
real talent for making difficult information digestible.
I'm glad I
Thank
helped
you
you
for
out. Thank you for
everything.
the sub. Oh, the message is still going. Thank you. And Sarastros, thank you for resubbing. And Glycerol. Sleepy Suzu, thank you as well. I'm glad I was able to help. I'll be back. We're going to go over these patches. I'm super excited. I'll see you again in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Alright. How is this layout, though? So this is grabbing a picture. I think I can't do it that way. But I think what I should do, which will allow me to scroll it. So we're adapting here. This is like strictly a layout I'll use for patch notes and nothing else. That's so strange.
Fits up.
What's up, placeholder sucks? Nice to see you. What is this thing? Oh, I love this song too. You could try inverting the image colors. Whoa, okay, that's a big suggestion here. All I'm trying to do is make it readable. Like visible. That's a big change. I'm not sure if I'm available for big changes. You know, I'm kind of old. This song's depressing to you? It's a very interesting vibe, isn't it? This song is really interesting because in the context that it plays in, it's supposed to feel like fake happy. It's literally called So Happy World, right? And then it becomes it becomes haunting. It's actually such a good composition. I love this song. Can we play some Luna? Yeah, exclamation SR will let you make song requests. Yeah, there's a sense of wrongness. It's like a hollow happiness, which is kind of, if you've played this section of the game, you know why it's supposed to sound hollow happy. It's kind of a really cool... And it uses the title theme. I don't know if you guys noticed. I know noticing things is a weak point for my chat room. But this main theme is the same as the title theme. Hear that? Your mom's birthday, what did you guys do? We just surprised her. Right? Little intro. For no reason? Oh, it's always for a reason.
That's why
Zeta Boss, thank you for the prime.
forgive the Japanese.
Thanks for the 1-bit, X Swizzy. Bryce Ivor Slice, thank you for the raid. Alright. This is pretty good, right? I think this is pretty readable. Actually, I could do this better. I don't really, Whoa, spoilers, bro. Hang on. Before you tell me it's like a 50-year-old game. You know, you never know. I don't remember, to be honest. I don't remember specifically which character I was most feeling. I just distinctly remember, because it was so long ago. It was like 4 years ago I played this, or 3 years ago. But I remember just the theme in general was really powerful to me. That was cool. It's okay, you don't have to be sorry. It is such an old game. Usually people don't care about spoilers. I'm just anal about it. Alright, alright, somebody said invert the colors. I think I have like a dark mode reader. Do I not have a dark mode reader? Yeah, it's from Persona. Where's my dark mode reader, bro? Is it on my other browser? I think it's picture, it won't work. Oh, is that how that works? No, it's on Edge. Here, hang on. This might work. Ding. Ding. It probably won't work. I mean, it would make sense if it didn't work, right? But yeah, it didn't work. D5R is like 130 hours long. Well, if you enjoy JRPGs, right? Then it's worth it, but I have a hard time generally like pitching JRPGs to general audiences. But in Paint, yeah, I was gonna edit with or open with what? Photos, and I'm sure you can invert it here. As respectful as I try to be my audience, I think listening to their music opinions is a good way for me to start going off the rails even faster. So for my own sanity, I usually listen to my own music. Even my good friends have really shitty music taste sometimes. Okay, this is not the vibe right now. Jesus. A music elitist? Damn straight I am. Hey, how do I do this? Can you invert colors? That in a nasty ass Mementos remix? Well, it's cool in context. It's cool in context. No such thing as shitty music taste, just different. So I used to think the same thing. I actually used to think the same thing. I had a very tolerant take on music taste. And I'm gonna leave it there. Can somebody show me how to invert this here? Advanced Paint software like Paint 3D. Listen to Gucci Gang by Lil Pump. You see what I mean? The way I like to think about it is there is such a thing. Yeah, post the link if it's that's cool. Thanks, Flupper Rich. I think there is such a thing as shitty music taste. Wow, thank you so much, Flupper Rich. I appreciate that. I was gonna gift you a sub, but you're already a sub. Thank you. I think there is such a thing as shitty taste, and it's important to admit when you have shitty taste. I, for example, have a lot of shitty taste. You know what one of my favorite songs is? I actually have a playlist. I have a playlist for like shitty taste. I think it's called Shameful. No, it's literally called Terrible Taste. Wait, no. That's a different playlist. Terrible Taste is where I make fun of people. Shameful, here we go. Okay, it's not even here. This playlist should have more songs. Music too loud? Yeah, so I'm not gonna tell people that that's a good song, but I can say that I like it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? What else do we got? I have a lot of songs like that actually. Just call the playlist Guilty Pleasures. Yeah, that's a separate thing. There's Guilty Pleasure and then Shameful. There's like tiers, right? But the reason why I think it's okay to say there's such a thing as bad taste is because there's such a thing as good taste, right? If one of your friends is consistently dropping bangers, right? They have good taste. I mean, if you think the song is bad but you still like it, it's not bad taste. Bad taste is when the song is bad but you think it's good. Right, exactly. I think I have good music taste. You know what I mean? You can equate it to food as well. Yeah. Like, are we gonna pretend that McDonald's is a Michelin star thing? No. But if you like it, that's fire, you know? I would just say don't lie to people and tell them they're gonna get a Michelin star meal when it's McDonald's. You know what I mean? And that's how I feel about music. I'm not gonna tell you that a certain song is high quality, but I will tell you that I like it. It's kind of like Final Fantasy 15. I don't think that game was a good game, but I fucking love that game. If someone says rap isn't real music, that's funny. Anyways, I got distracted. Did I download this thing yet? Wait, this isn't the whole thing. Is it? This isn't the entire thing. 1 of 6. Where's the rest of it? Scroll more on the website. What? Guys, I'm here for... The reason I want this one is because it's in dark mode, bro. There are 6 pages. Well, thank you. Where are the other 6 is my question. Lamau, go on the Tekken page and you'll find them. Thank you, Kyokushin. I'm looking for dark mode. Okay? Thank you for the advice. But if I go to the website and click on this, I can't see it in dark mode. Take bright pages and invert them. Yeah. I know that. How? How do I invert them using my web browser? Use a dark mode extension. It's a motherfucking picture. The dark mode extension doesn't work. You guys think you're so smart giving advice. God. You download the image and invert the color. You guys are just saying the same fucking shit. You know what you said? You know what you guys... I just... Stop crying. Okay. You. Big timeout. Think about what you did. Stop crying and read them. The advice you guys just gave me, I said, hey, can you give me directions to this hiking spot? And you guys said, yeah. You're going to want to drive to the hiking spot. I need this image in dark mode. Yeah, you're gonna want to invert the color. No fucking shit, dude. Are you serious? Can we read the patch notes fee? Like, what the fuck are we doing? I'm crafting a fucking experience for YouTube. What the fuck? Why can't you? Can we read the patch notes? Can you read the patch notes? Here's the link. Enjoy. Jesus. Reluminate? Okay, thank you. Here it is for the, hey, you do not need to apologize, Flupperich. You have provided a service. It may have been an imperfect service, but you've provided a service nonetheless. You've done 10 million times better than anybody else here. Use the invert CSS function in editor. All right, this guy told other hero. First of all, hello, good to see you. Second of all, this dude told me to code. So if this happens, if this goes ugly, you guys know what happened. All right. Are you talking about in the fucking console? Wait, he said CSS function. I believed him. Somebody shoot that guy. Here it is, the main. Yeah, I saw it. Thank you, guys. I saw it. I clicked on it. I literally clicked on it. I'm trying to figure out how to make it show up on screen cleanly. I guess I could just open the image in a new tab. That's probably the best way to do it. When does this one end? Is this 2 of 6? 3 of 6? 4 of 6? God forbid you fucking try to save your viewers' eyes, bro. Hey, maybe I can make this content better. Do it faster. Oh, well, I'm doing this content faster. You're farming. Eat a dick. Right. Nice. Look at this. Look at how much better. Did you like software developing? No. Were there things you did or didn't like? Yes. I didn't like doing it. Was there anything I did like about it? No. That's my answer. Is this a live reaction? No. Well, yes and no. There are some things I skimmed over and there's some things I read. Like I read Lily and Steve and then a few others, right? So not even the money? No. Fake reactions. React to this, bitch. I don't even know if that was a mean comment, so I'm gonna untime him out, but alright. But there's nothing about Lily, exactly. He's gonna start drinking again soon? Dead ass, bro. I was so happy when I came home. All the comments are gonna be like, where did you get the patch notes in dark mode? Dragonov lost. Why did they nerf him? You have to consider that pilot skill is a big thing. And Chikarin piloted Lily so well, and nobody had answers to it. Check out my latest video to understand why. Okay. Thank you for all the suggestions that were helpful. Fuck you to all the suggestions that were not helpful. Let's get right into it. Is this pretty readable? It looks small on my screen. It looks small on my screen, but like, I feel like if I zoom anymore, it's getting pixelated, you know? It's very readable. OMG, here he goes. Hey, what did you say last time? Didn't I just time you out? How did you come back and already make me annoyed again? Are you gonna read every note? No. I made myself laugh. Sorry. Goku shit, it is a gift. A fucking gift. Is hating on cooldown, yeah. Jesus. That was funny as fuck. Alright. Okay, Jesus. I guess we'll just get started. Bro said finally. I already know I don't want to see your opinions during this. Okay, Jesus. Maybe I need a coffee or something. I'm shooting too many people. Jesus. Alright, I don't want to have the chat open, but it might be funny. No, because YouTube is gonna get pissed. I have to close the chat. For sure. Alright. Fuck them YouTubers. I think about saying that every day. I actually think about that every day. Wait, not to the YouTubers. YouTubers are cool. It's the YouTubies. Fuck the YouTubies. You know what I mean? You edit your own videos? I have editors, but a lot of the stuff I like to upload is unedited. Okay. I had an intro planned. And I completely forgot. Did you miss the rundown? No, we're about to start. Is intro important? Yes, because otherwise, because I clickbait people, it's essential that my intro is related to the title and thumbnail. Isn't the look of the patch notes kind of embarrassing for a big company? Like, look at Dota 2 and LoL patch notes. At least, listen, bro. If ugly patch notes mean we get a good game, I will take the ugly patch notes over and over again. You know how pretty the League patch notes are and how often they suck dick? Like, really? What are we talking about? Like, you're gonna want some nice listen, bro. I don't know if you understand, but I'm pretty sure Epic Games and Bandai Namco have like one developer. Like, the budget can only allow for one developer, and that one guy is doing all the work. You know how the director of the game was doing the video, like, editing? Like, every character trailer, he does the combos, he does the camera stuff, and he edits the videos. So every time they did a character trailer, that was the director. They have like one developer who has to do all of this, translate it to English, test it himself. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna shit on the developer for using a basic font and make it look pretty. They probably don't do it as text for other reasons. Like, I'm sure the dude typing the patch notes also wishes they uploaded it as just text. The kind of person who is making like these decisions probably wants to do it as text, but for reasons outside of his control, they can't. Probably auto-generate. What are you talking about? How are you feeling? I'm reading chat and it's quickly deteriorating my sentiment. That's not even a proper sentence. What does deteriorating my sentiments even mean? I hate you guys. All right, let's do this. Bro said LeBron. Keep timing him out and he keeps coming back. I don't have 7TV anymore, so I can't like swipe his name. Timeout. Kabuto Kunai. 1880,000. Okay, that wasn't necessary. LeBron isn't an egregious statement. How do I untime him out? That was unnecessary. He just has a history of bad behavior. Okay. Actually, wait, maybe this is better. Well, not with that. I think this is better, actually. One problem I'm having is this does look kind of grainy on my screen. Does it look grainy to you guys? Because what I may just do is open the original thing in Photoshop. No, it looks fine. It looks okay. No. Someone said yes. It looks dark. A little bit. Put black and white side by side so we can pick the one we like best. No, it doesn't. Looks good. Looks fine to me. Alright, because my eyes are tweaking reading this. I'm not going to lie. We don't need mega resolution. Let me try this. Let me try this. Light mode is easier to read. Fuck dark mode. Okay, thank you for sharing. When does the patch drop? May 7th. Wait, why is it all split up in the first place? Music. I missed the music too. I had the same feeling because I was doing some shit. Let's see. I'm curious what the Lily thing is gonna be, you know? Did you even sleep? I slept, yeah. Can someone... You look like you just got out of bed. Alright. Tread carefully, buddy. Lily hasn't changed at all. I'm talking about her, I'm talking about her,
That was undeniable proof that
the
totally
costume.
owned you, lamers.
Mondo Brondo, thank you for the sub. And Zeta Boss. Guys. Steve is who you should be excited about. Hey, don't tell me what to be excited about. Thank you. Just read the patch notes. What the fuck are you waiting for, lol? I'm crafting an experience. Something you clearly couldn't understand. The reason I'm doing this is because a lot of people are just going to wake up and I want to show it to them in dark mode. But the current visual I have right now is really grainy. So I want to make sure that it's visually palatable for people. That work for you? That works for you? Great. If that doesn't work for you, please let me know in the comments of the YouTube video. God forbid I try to make content. That's probably been the hardest part of making content, is that I have to make decisions about I just have to make, you know, content involves making a lot of decisions. And somebody's always unhappy with the decision I'm making. And the bigger you get, I think it's hard to continue making decisions knowing that you're going to make people unhappy. That's actually like legitimately challenging, I think. But I was in bed trying to read the patch notes. I was fucking bleeding. Like, my eyes were bleeding. Edge. Extension, invert, color. Isn't that anything in life? Yeah, but it becomes really obvious. Listen, so when you grow up as a people pleaser, you can kind of ignore it or get around it most of the time. Is this any better? Is this the whole thing? Is this the entire... How did you do that? I couldn't find the entire thing. This also isn't the right patch notes. This isn't the right patch note. But thank you for your effort. See, like, I can't shit on that guy. It's a skill issue, but he tried, and I appreciate him trying. Good effort. Is there like an invert colors thing on Edge? Microsoft Edge. Will you explain your thought process on why the extreme nerfs are a con? It's just so excessive, it makes people want to stop stop playing. MS Paint, invert colors. I have to edit each one. That sucks. Okay, but I will do that. Like, I wish I could just do it here. Try this extension, maybe. Control Shift I in Paint. Why is this in German? Maybe you're German. All right, let me open these in MS Paint. I have to do one by one. All right. After this, I should be good. Thank you for waiting. And if you didn't wait, well. You're in the same shirt as the last video, if that matters. Yeah, man. They gotta know that I am grinding nonstop. It was recorded the same day. I'm not gonna pretend that I can... I want people to feel bad. I want people to notice that and feel bad. Okay, thank you everybody who tried to help and waited. I appreciate your patience a lot. It looks like the resolution was going to be shitty anyways, but now we know. I tried. it's just gonna look ugly. Actually, my version looks worse, which is crazy. I don't know how that works. All right. Anyways, I made one. Thank you. I did it myself, and it was still ugly. So we'll just have to hold on. We'll just have to hold that. Okay. Text is too. Okay. Fuck God, dude. That guy's gonna be funny in the ban appeal for sure. Looks fine on phone. All right, sweet. I do need the actual page though for Thank you for converting. I think we're good now. What I need now is this like meta information, right? But not this one. Wow, that patch must have been really negative with how much yeah. Oh, Max is here? What's up, Max? Big issue, sub count isn't high enough. What's up, bro? I was gonna make a joke tweet or something. Somebody made up I think you tweeted somebody made up some shit. I was gonna quote tweet or like and say like
proof that we totally
wait, let me find it. This shit was funny. I'm never gonna make this video. People are gonna There's a really funny let's see. Oh, I always spell it wrong. I always spell it wrong and I have to like check myself. Hey, where is this? Oh yeah. This one. Oh, he deleted it. The tweet said something like Maximilian Dude has ruined Let's Go for every. Oh, thank you for gifting a sub, Patch the Squid, to Maximilian Dude. Somebody was saying
D's nuts.
Thanks, Utoy. Somebody said Maximilian Dude has ruined Let's Go for like the rest of the community or something, and like he was like, yeah, man, I invented that shit. And I was gonna just quote tweet that and say the same thing that he said to me here, which is like oh no, it was a quote tweet. Oh my god, where was it? Well, he said something like, you're at the point in content creation where you're so big that people can just make shit up about you and there's nothing you can do about it. And I was just gonna quote that back and be like, yeah, people are gonna make shit up. Anyways, all that was to say, that was funny to me, but probably really weird to see. It's a shame Max Dude ruined the phrase "Let's Go" because now you can't watch any video creator without hearing it. There we go. Try your, no, the original tweet had your. That's why I searched your. You guys think you guys trying to come at my grammar? Let's do this, chat. Come at my grammar right now. Let's see what happens. I hear Fee likes pineapple on pizza. I hear you don't like typing in my chat room. Pineapple on pizza is disgusting. I hate Max's intro. That's crazy. Max's intro, and I'm glazing. I admit it, I'm glazing, but I would say this even if you weren't here. Max's intro is one of the few intros I actually like. I think it's Max's intro and Ninja's intro. Actual dumb take. Which one? Anyway, shut the fuck up, you guys. I'm trying to make a fucking video here. God damn it. Have you seen the 3D stream? Wow, I need to make a command for this. Sorry, that sounded really aggressive. You probably might not know that I get that question a lot. People are rowdy at this time. I know. Good fucking morning. Jesus Christ. Mad Kami, thanks so much for the resale. Appreciate you. Nobody cares about the pizza thing. All right, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I'm muting alerts. I'm recording a video. Okay, Anari A made a nice thing. I think it's Noctis D. Video recording time. Lily D. Did it pin? I feel like I can't pin my own message. I don't know why. Really weird. Help me, please. All right. I met you through Lily Picho. I didn't know you were so aggressive. I'm being tested every day. I consider myself a very... Well, this is going to get clipped out of context. I consider myself pretty patient, and I try really hard to be patient with a lot of people. I think that's taking a toll. Alright. Everyone has their limits. Yeah, I know. We're breaking my limit. Let's do this. Jesus. Okay. Trying to make me formerly nice, dead ass, bro. This is why Eris started hitting the no question. Yeah, exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying. I understand. I understand now more than ever. I never thought I would do it. I actually said at one point when I was first trying to become a streamer, I said I was gonna become like Eris. Okay. This is actually a real issue. I do need to fill my water. So, like, literally, we'll be back in 2 minutes. Give me a sec. I also lied to you, chat room. I blow dried my hair a bit because it was kind of bugging me. Dog, I'm gonna have to go to work soon. Well, put me on in the car, bro. All right. Let's see. 2 weeks before Combo Breaker is insane. Pattern of extreme nerfs. Still more doubling down on system changes, and I'll take more notes as we go. Okay, let's do it. Blow dry dry. Okay, all right, guys. Stop distracting me. I'm never gonna finish this. All right. Let's see. I think, is this the official start of season 1? Or is that when Lydia comes out? I'm working on upscaling sharpening. Okay. I want to ask if you think it's a good idea to put me on another goose chase here. And while I appreciate your effort, do we really want to delay it more? I think it's time. I have to just go with it. But thank you for your effort. Okay. EVO Japan has just concluded, and as is the tradition with Bandai Namco, we have new patches coming out right after. Something that was really surprising is in the previous patch notes, they talked about adjusting their balance post EVO Japan. But the release of these notes clearly shows that they had plans to make major changes already before seeing the results of EVO Japan. I want to talk a bit about their philosophy and what I think about it in general. I don't have a complete understanding of every character, but I can talk about the Tekken context and what these changes seem to mean at a first glance. Okay, we'll do some deep diving into my main characters, obviously, and I'll try to be as holistic as I can with the many characters. Just know that if I miss some information, you can remind me in the comments or let me know on stream. Lots of ways to start a dialogue. So, first thing I want to talk about is I love how they're clearly communicating their philosophy. This whole section right here is incredible. So in the scheduled release of 1.04 on May 8th, that is a week from the time of recording, and the planned release of 1.05 in June, gradual balance adjustments will be made to address the following issues. Okay, so number one, characters who are not able to fully exhibit their unique characteristics and strengths unique to Tekken 8 will be adjusted. Number two, characters with extremely strong moves, like disproportionately strong moves and high combo damage will be adjusted. And then three, they want to change situations where one player is dominating the attack, making it difficult to use defensive techniques. So they want to buff defense, right? This is huge. We're going to add to this list as we go along. They want to buff defensive options, right? They don't like the straight oppression, which is pretty cool. They want to nerf extreme moves and combo damage. And then they want to buff characters who can't be unique or show uniqueness. This is a concerning one. We'll talk about it more as we see it in the actual patch notes. In general, in Tekken, buffs are pretty scary to do because it doesn't take a lot to make a character ridiculous in this game. So I lean towards nerfs heavily. I love these options, and this may seem contradictory with the pattern of extreme nerfs I list as a con, but I'll explain that in a bit. All right, for characters with no in 1.04, adjustments will be made focusing on strengthening characters falling under category 1, which is not showing uniqueness, right? Prioritizing the suppression of move performance of characters under category 2 is their second priority, right? So they want to nerf extreme moves and they want to buff characters who can't show their strengths. That's their top two priorities in 1.04, this patch. Characters who are untouched, they want to focus on in the next patch, right? So they're already looking at Victor, Lily, Paul, King, and Yoshimitsu. I believe this may be influenced by more tournament results. That's pure speculation on my part. So more to come, right? In 1.05, adjustments are planned to alleviate category 3, which is the defensive options and oppressive situations, and enhance the value of defensive techniques in bilateral movement, sidestepping, and adjustments to battle systems, throws, heat dash, heat burst, etc. Right? In oppressive situations, right? So this is very exciting stuff. They're clearly communicating their intent. and I think this is to restore a lot of faith of the player base, which is really, really exciting. Right, so more to come. We have Victor, Lily, King, Paul, Yoshimitsu. I'm not excited about Lily nerfs. She's really, really stupid right now, though. I have to admit. Lily is really, really good. Okay, special style changes, not super important. There were just situations where combos would whiff, and attacks would be coming out faster than intended after blocking a low. So nerfing special style, making it stay as a beginner thing rather than anything with competitive advantage, I think is their point here. There was a technique with special style somebody posted on Twitter, I think from Japan, where if you block a low, you can punish as quickly as possible using special style. So they clearly took that out. It's supposed to be a novice tactic more than it is a competitively viable mode. Right? This is not Street Fighter modern mode. A modern input, I guess. Move list. Sorry. These are all like small changes that aren't super relevant to characters. So if you don't care about this, there's timestamps where you can jump to the character balance. Certain icons, text, and elements have been modified. Cool. And then evasive moves. So like Raven, Victor, Azucena, where it can dodge heat smashes and unblockable attacks, have like a new icon or like move list text. That's pretty cool. Slow motion is supposed to be stabilized. So slow motion can change the properties of moves. And it looks like they're trying to address that, which is awesome. In Tekken 7, that was a huge issue. Rage Art. Power Crush property before an attack's activation has been adjusted so that there's no hit stop when the opponent's attack is intercepted, alleviating the occurrence of whiffing against current attacks. Nice. So Rage Art, it will whiff less. That's cool. But there may be instances when jumping attacks are intercepted, which will be addressed in the next update. Nice. So they're pushing out patches and testing them, and if they can't repatch it or adjust it quickly, they're warning us in advance. That's nice. I think they really are focused on restoring faith in their practices, which is pretty cool. I think that's cool to see. Fixed an issue where in specific situations visual effects were triggered despite the attack being stopped. Okay, I don't know what that means. Probably like a visual bug. Fixed an issue where behavior of Rage Art cinematics for certain characters differed from the normal behavior in specific situations. Cool. So just like small changes. I don't think it's really big except for the hit stop thing. Heat burst. Pushback collision detection. By the way, all these dashes mean none of them are like nerfs or buffs. These are like flavor or like quality of life stuff, I guess, or visual. The pushback collision detection of an opponent's upon aerial hit has been expanded upwards, making it more difficult to jump over the opponent. Okay. So you can't jump over heat burst as easily. Unnatural looking animation when clashing has been corrected. I don't know what they're talking about. Instances where the positioning became strange when the opponent blocks your attack near the wall have been alleviated. Nice. So stabilization and then not letting people jump over. Heat smash. Positioning became strange when near the wall for certain characters. So Steve had an issue where he would just fly through past you, so that probably helps a lot. Collision detection for opponent when heat burst and heat dash are used in the same aerial combo has been expanded upward. Making it less... Okay, so no jumping over heat dash as well. Health gauge. Visibility of icon indicating the powered up state. Okay, so better visibility of like installs and things like that. Modified the behavior of the health gauge to play an animation when all damage taken is recoverable. Cool. So extra clarity is really nice in the UI. Okay, descent into subconscious. The triple floor break stage. Improve the effects on objects that indicate being near a wall. I assume that's on the bottom stage. It's not infinite. There's actually walls at the end. Stage objects appearing in front of the character alleviated. Nice. Okay, stage breakables. Tekken 8, when activating heat by landing a heat engager, recoverable health is replenished. However, when activating a stage gimmick by landing a heat engager, the motion of approaching did not occur, so no... Oh! So when you heal when hitting a heat engager, it's because you're running at them. But when you blow up the floor or blow up a wall, you don't run at them, so you don't heal. I didn't know that. So they've adjusted it now that you heal during the stage gimmick animation. That is very fascinating. I had no idea that it was tied to the running animation. Wake up from down state. Nice. So this fixes the issue where stage hazards would stay deactivated if you used characters' specific wake-up tactics. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's in my previous patch video. I think it was called I Tried to Be Optimistic. Yeah, being negative is crazy on YouTube, isn't it? Yeah, so basically, if you did a unique character get-up attack, so like Elisa's flying move, the bear like ground punch, or you did stand up while standing 4, you would deactivate stage hazards. And this appears to fix that. They didn't mention the while rising 4 from face down, feet away. So hopefully that's fixed, but they didn't mention it, so who knows. We've expanded the collision detection with the opponent during stage gimmick activation to the upward direction. So it's harder to jump over the opponent when there's wall blasts or wall breaks. They don't like jump overs. That's interesting. It was implemented before in general, but now it's to include the stage gimmicks. So increase the input window for throws. Oh, okay. This is the counter hit throw change. So it used to be 10 frames. Now it's a 14 frame break window, the Tekken Tag 2 window for throw breaks. So I believe the best players in the world, especially the legacy players, will be breaking throws now on counter hit very consistently. This is really nice. This means they want throws to stay homing. They would rather nerf the counter hit property, but this is a welcome change. I know the King players in the comments will be complaining. Hold that, bruh. This is a nice change. I think this is a great change. So I want to write this one down, actually. Counter hit throw nerfs. This is really cool. So 14 frame break window was 10 frames. Cool. It felt shorter than 10 frames, but I think the King Discord, I think, calculated that it was 7 frames. So, but apparently they calculated wrong. Go figure. Yeah, apparently it's a 14 frame break window. This is how it was prior to Tekken 7, in Tekken Tag 2 and before. So, really cool. Sound effect for counter hit throw. I was complaining about that during the beta. That counter hit throws need a sound effect or visual effect to make it very clear that it was a counter hit throw. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense why you can't break it. And then fix an issue where certain throws did not replenish recoverable health. Okay, well, you know, if we're going to get all that, that makes sense. All right, wall splat specific throws. In 1.02, so a few patches ago, there was a correction made to prevent certain wall splat specific throws from connecting after a wall break. However, it was found that these throws were connecting on opponents performing tech roll. Therefore, further adjustments have been made to address this issue. Okay. Oh, okay. So it was like extending. You were able to do it in situations where you shouldn't have. Right? After a wall break. Oh, after a wall break. Okay. Yeah, there was a weird glitch where you would break the wall and then it would let you do the wall throw. That was weird. The issue with certain wall splat specific throws performed on wall splat induced opponents were not activating during a wall combo. Okay. Has been corrected. So, all right. It was just weird situations where it wasn't happening. Issue where in the instance of a hard wall break, certain wall specific throws were not activating against an opponent during the first wall splat has been corrected. Okay, so just quality of life. Low throws. They don't need to buff these, man. Conditions for successful throws have been relaxed, allowing throws to activate even when hitting slightly from the side. Okay. Character unique throws. Aerial combo capable throws, considering their damage, we've standardized the attack startup to 14 frames. Okay. So they've nerfed throws that can become launchers, making them 14 frames of startup. That's pretty big. That's pretty big, especially because these throws work as punishes. So when these were 12 frames, if you did a power crush move against Law, for example, he could do this throw and instantly punish you for that. He had a 12 frame launch punish with this, which was pretty insane. So that's a pretty big change, making it a 14 frame launcher instead of a 12 frame launcher, depending on the punish. While running stomp, doesn't break the floor. That's weird to me because it kind of makes sense that it would break the floor, but I guess it's to adjust the situation after. I have mixed feelings about that. It's not a huge deal. Strong aerial tailspin. After 3 uses, there's increased knockback distance. I really like that because there are some combos that have just way too many tailspins. I'm thinking of Fang and Nina. So this is really a cool way to balance this, actually. I was a bit surprised. I was curious how they would handle the strong aerial tailspin. So I really like this change. Strong aerial spike against a opponent from the behind, and they do a back quick roll. Timing the opponent can block is faster by 3 frames. Okay, so I don't know this specific situation. Strong aerial spike from behind. I don't know what that looks like. If somebody in the chat can let me know, that'd be cool. But it looks like they are making it easier to defend against after. Okay, this is a really cool change. So quarter circle forward and quarter circle back underwent changes in Tekken 8 that are brand new to the series. So there's a tweet from Speedkicks that I should have pulled up in advance that I'll search while I continue monologuing and stalling for time using my words. But basically, what was happening with the quarter circle inputs is you can now do them from crouch. They've also made them more lenient. As a consequence of those changes, There was an issue a lot of players were having while trying to do a While Rising 2 with Dragunov, for example, where if you're not super clean on your inputs, you will get this backswing blow, which is extremely unsafe, and you miss your punish. But the interesting part here is if you look at Speed's input history, you can get, I don't know, this is really small, so you might not see it, but here it's the quarter circle back input, 16 frames of neutral, and then the 2. Right? So you could do quarter circle back, let go, hit your button, and it would still register. And this was messing up people's punishes, and it would mess with your muscle memory that you may have developed in previous Tekken games, right? So there was requests to change this. Low-High talked about it as well, and it looks like they've addressed that hopefully here. So once the directional input is completed, the move could be executed regardless of what you did after. Due to frequent unintended activations, it's been modified to only accept the final directional input. So this is a really, really nice change. This is really, really cool. It keeps the game feeling more Tekken in that, like, if you finally come back to the game or you've developed muscle memory before, you can retain that skill set. And it kind of makes more sense to me as well to, if you're teaching a new player who doesn't have the dexterity yet to land that quarter circle or like that while rising cleanly, releasing their lever or doing a leverless input, this helps a lot. So I really like this change. Fixed QCB, QCF, buffer, and misinput issues. This is really cool. Nice. Okay, and then sound effects, voices, etc. Made some adjustments and changed the move cinematics. Cool. Okay, so that finishes the like flavor, quality of life, system stuff. Now we're finally into actual character balance. Okay, so here we go. I've skimmed this before, and I'm not positive what to expect. I'm not positive what to expect here. We'll see. Okay, Elisa down forward 1, buffed. I see Elisa buffs, I get scared. I'm not gonna lie, but this one seems innocuous. Opponent could crouch to evade subsequent high attacks after being hit unnaturally quickly. So this change shows up a lot. There's apparently an issue in Tekken 8 where you were able to duck quickly after getting hit by certain moves. I've never experienced this outside of the specific situations where it happens in neutral or as a punish, where the game tries to get you to duck to do while standing moves better. But maybe this is an overcorrection here. You'll see this change a lot. I'm not sure what it looks like. Down back 2-2 nerfed. Damage output was inconsistent with expectations, so they've nerfed it. Nice. Damage nerfs, generally I like for any kind of combo tool or string. I think that poke damage being high is pretty important for the interaction in this game, to force people to interact. But this is nice, especially because Elisa kind of pumps out damage, no problem anyways. Backpack 1+4, this is the unblockable, I believe. Issue where positional relationship became strange when being attacked by the opponent during an attack animation has been fixed. Hitbox has been expanded to mitigate whiffing for certain moves. Oh wait, sorry, I just read 2 in a row. So positional relationship was strange, okay. While Rising 4, hitbox reliability. So this is interesting. I think this might be intentional to make sure I don't know if this is like for sidestep ability or just making her move more reliable as a punish, but While Rising 4 is buffed. And this is nice. This is nothing crazy. This seems like quality of life, and I really enjoy quality of life changes over huge balance decisions, right? So, okay, Asuka. Balance direction. This is incredible. Clearly communicated philosophy. Based on the overall direction of 1.04, adjustments were made to improve the usability of her new Tekken 8. So this falls into category 1. Wanted to buff characters who can't show their uniqueness. So Naniwa Gusto, her buff was kind of useless before, and Destabilizer was a way that she would break guards. So this allows Asuka to force interaction a little more. This is pretty scary. Rage Art Hold. Hitbox when intercepting an opponent's attack has been expanded, so it doesn't whiff as often. Cool. Right Punch Parry. This is a unique punch parry only for right punches. Or maybe this is the situation after parrying a right punch only. I think it's a general punch parry. The behavior of the opponent upon successful parry has been adjusted, and the instances of whiffing in certain situations have been alleviated. Cool. Down back 1-4. This is her tornado move. Phenomenon where your opponent could crouch to evade subsequent high attacks. Okay, so yeah, this is the same as that Elisa down forward 1 situation. For some reason, people could duck faster after high attacks, and this fixes that. Again, I haven't seen it, but yeah. Running 1+2. Reduce knockback distance when the attack is blocked. Changes have been made to trigger tornado upon counter hit. That's huge. This is really big. So her running 1+2 is the giant homing move and giant homing high, and now it's tornado on counter hit. That's really, really good. And then now during Naniwa Gusto, it does lose damage, but the reason it loses damage is because it's a tornado launcher on hit or counter hit. Right? So her running 1+2 now is a launcher in Naniwa Gusto, which is crazy. A tornado launcher, but still. And now it's also +11 and can wall splat more reliably. I think it wall splatted point blank, but this is insane. So that's a big change. Okay, up 1+2. This is the spike ender. Where she jumps in the air and punches down. Apparently, the heat consumption was different with up, back, or up, right? So now it's been standardized. That's a very, very small little quirk. I don't know if that was on purpose, but they basically made it the same, so it doesn't matter. Destabilizer is a grab that doesn't do damage by itself, but it has a mix-up after. So you can think of like Steve's clinch, right? She either has a mid or a low after. The low is no longer launch punishable. It's -14. That's a huge buff. I think they have to be really careful making moves not launch punishable. Like, yes, some characters can, like Raven and Jin, but these are big changes. Asuka is supposed to not be able to mix you up as easily so that she can use her, right? So that to justify her defensive moves, like can, back three, stuff like that. Of course, Asuka's been underperforming, so they want to give her more Tekken 8 tools. She might be really good. It's hard to say. This is hard to say without seeing it in gameplay. They also made her Destabilizer 2, the mid, safer on block. So at -3, she can start playing Sidestep 2. Her parries are online. Her low crushes are online. These are very serious changes for Asuka. I can't say that they're overpowered or anything, but these are very serious. Okay, balance direction, Azucena. Okay, based on 1.04, they're suppressing the outstanding performance of certain moves. So this is number 2, right? And a bit of number 3. This is cool that they're conveying this. This is a bit scary. Let's talk about it. To make it easier to fight with Azucena's distinctive playstyle, further improvements to the performance of moves related to special actions are planned for 1.05. Right? So they want her to play more stances, and they want to take away some of her neutral stuff. Clear communication, which I like. Let's see what they did. Okay, Rage, they buffed her Rage Art so it's more reliable. Cool. 1-1 is now -10. This is her left punch. It would go into stance on hit only. It used to be safe, so you could just spam it. But now it's easier to sidestep. The jab hitbox is smaller. It's -10, so it's jab punishable. And the pushback on hit or block is reduced. So on hit is nice because if you go into stance, being closer is advantageous for the attacker. But on block means it's more reliable to punish as well. Huge nerf to like low-level Azucena. You don't see it as much at high level because -9 is not as nice as the other situations. Like Arsenal Nash loves using 2-1. Which is the next move. But that's huge. Hitbox of the first attack has been reduced to make it easier to sidestep. Okay, so this is what they've been saying is they want to buff defensive options in oppressive situations. So 2-1 is easier to sidestep. And what else? Recovery time increased by 4 frames, so you can't spam it as easily, I guess. Or maybe they want to give more time to register that it's visually happening. Or they're making it so it's harder to delay the third hit of the string. I'm not sure what this change means by itself. We'll have to test it. Frame advantage goes from -3 to -7. That's crazy. Like Jin's 2-1-4. 2-1 is -3, right? So they're making it way harder to play this like 3-hit string threat with Azucena and giving you more chances to fight back. Frame advantage on hit has been changed from +7 to +3. These all seem pretty fair. This was a really, really good string. I think that's a really good nerf for Azucena. The 1-1 is decent, 2-1 is also nice. So now she's not as much of a neutral game poker, and these next changes also show that. Down forward 1-4-1. So the first 2 hits jail, the third hit is a high. She has a mid extension. The high is a counter hit launcher. Input window for the second hit has been reduced, preventing delays in its execution. The damage for the second hit has been decreased. Wow. So 4 damage nerf was really nice. And then you can no longer delay the second hit. The delay was really, really nasty. So this is really, really cool for just kind of stabilizing her poking. The hitbox of the second attack has been reduced, make it easier to sidestep. Yeah, if you sidestep down forward 1-4, sometimes the second hit would just clip you. The duration of the attack and the hitbox of the third attack have been adjusted, so it's less likely to hit opponents behind you. I wonder if there'll be unintentional changes because of that, but I doubt it. That seems like a good change. Down back 3, her low poke is buffed by 2 damage. Nice. This puts her into back turn stance as well. So leaning into that stance heavy style they want to see. Down back 4, change the damage. Wow, 4 damage nerf on down back 4. This was her key low because it went underneath highs. So huge change there. Back 1-1. Tracking ability, the second hit is enhanced. On hit or block of the first attack, the adjustment aims to mitigate instances of the attack whiffing part way. From what I understand, back 1-1 is not really a useful move. So this change is pretty cool. Buffing the less used moves, and hopefully it's not overtuned. Not a lot to comment on there. You don't see it a lot. Forward, forward, 4. Combo damage scaling after hit has been adjusted to 70%. So this is a change that happens a lot. Some moves that are... let me actually refresh what this move is. But some moves that start a combo in one hit, throughout this patch you'll see that they are... they're getting their combo scaling sooner. Right? So let's look at specifically... Let's specifically look at what this move, like what the hit property is. Because if I don't remember it, what are the odds that my entire audience remembers it? Okay, yeah. So this is plus 13. So you could do stuff like this into down forward 1-4. Right? I think you can get a crouch throw as well. Yeah, you get a crouch throw. So now, by enforcing the 70% scaling, they just reduce the damage of the follow-ups. It's pretty cool. Nice nerf. Running 3-2, huge change here. Damage is reduced by 7 on the second hit, and the frame advantage is only plus 2. So not only does she lose access to these oppressive pokes she had before, she loses access to her key neutral tool that forced you to deal with her chip damage. She got cooked for real. Now, they mentioned in 1.05 wanting to buff her stances and things like that. But this single nerf is what's coming through in Combo Breaker. They mentioned there's no patch until June, I believe. So, 2 weeks before a major tournament, many people are going to lose their main character. They're going to have to completely change their playstyle. Competitively, that is a nightmare. That's an absolute nightmare. And that's what I think when it comes to the pattern of extreme nerfs, that's the concerning part. Is that people will now be scrambling to find side characters, stuff like that. You get lower quality gameplay when people are picking up a brand new character and not getting a lot of time to optimize or get comfortable, right? They're going to jump to the next high tier character. You're going to see the same gameplay over and over. That's why I don't like extreme nerfs, okay? That's why I don't like extreme nerfs. Let's keep it moving. Brian, balanced direction. Adjustments have been made to improve the usability of his new features. Again, this is a category 1. Heat Smash and Snake Eyes. These changes are intended to expand the range of offensive options, especially in heat state. So this is a bit scary, but you see buffs. What do we got? Heat Smash buff from 45 to 55. Frame advantage from plus 9 to plus 15. Oh my god. Plus 15 is crazy because doesn't that basically make him able to taunt at the wall? Or create like situations where taunt is horrifying to deal with? Jet upper becomes a frame trap? Like, this is insane. Somebody said they shouldn't depend on characters carrying them. That's not the point. You didn't hear what I said. I said if they're picking up a brand new character because their previous character is just not competitively viable anymore, and that's not what I'm saying about Azucena, or they have to learn a brand new style, you're going to see lower quality Tekken. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Attack hitbox modified. Nice. We like that. Opponent's behavior on block altered to prevent them from hitting walls. Cool. Yeah. Rage art. Collision detection is better. Nice. 3+4. Down forward 2-3. Collision detection makes it less likely for a counterattack to miss when intercepting this attack with a power crush. Okay, so it had situations where it was evading armor, and they just fixed that. Down 3-2. Opponent could crouch unnaturally quickly and evade the second hit immediately after the first hit has been corrected. Okay, same thing as that Elisa change we saw earlier and some Asuka changes. Down back 1+2. Decrease the distance from the opponent on the first hit. So it was dropping in combos. It's a 2-hit punch. Now it is less likely to drop. UCB3, Hatchet Kick. Hitbox expanded. Reducing the occurrence of some moves whiffing at close range. Okay. Hitbox for QCB4. Less likely to whiff when an opponent is downed, so more consistency. Snake Eyes 3+4-2. No longer possible to power crush or parry when he charges his 3+4-2. No power crush is crazy. No power crush is insane. That's really, really, really scary. You need plus 18 to guarantee taunt. Okay, thank you. So no taunt guaranteed, but plus 15 makes it really scary because jet upper becomes a true frame trap, right? You have to duck it. Anyways. During Snake Eyes, forward 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. This is like a unique string, and they actually teased this in EVO Japan. But I guess they wanted to make this string usable because it wasn't really before. Third hit delayable. Takes less heat, consumes less heat. Instead of -12, it's now -2 on the third hit. On a hit, it's +9. The fourth hit is now -3 instead of -15. And the hit advantage is plus. Okay, so they've completely changed this string all around. They want to see you use this move. We're gonna see this move. I think that's what that is. I'm curious how it's gonna play out with the last hit and all the frame data details of this move. This is an interesting thing. I'm sure there'll be a lot of Brian videos breaking that down when it comes out. This is uniqueness. I mean, hopefully it's cool. Hopefully it's not insane. But yeah, Claudio. This is 10 hit string. Starburst was being removed. That's really, really weird. But I'm glad they fixed that. Small changes for Claudio. Devil Jin, based on the overall direction of 1.04, adjustments made to suppress the performance of outstanding techniques. I love that they keep reiterating what their target is. Again, really clear communication. Let's see. Tracking, and they say this at the very top. Like, this is their TLDR. It's really important. Tracking of heat smashes is weakened. It was really, really too good. You were holding your opponent at gunpoint. They couldn't move. Now you have to apply pressure with different options when they're sidestepping instead of having a one-size-fits-all answer. So that's really good. Really, really good. It was full screen and tracking. There was nothing you could do except Rage Art or something, right? Or block. Down back 1+2. The issue where holding would not result in a counter hit has been fixed. Cool. Wait. Where holding would... Why is this a nerf? This seems like a buff, right? It seems like a buff. They probably just put the wrong arrow. Laser Scraper. Tracking ability of the third hit enhanced only when landing with a second attack. Reducing whiffing midway through. Cool. So this is quality of life. If you land the second hit, your third hit is less likely to whiff. Which is the intended behavior. Up 1+2. The up laser. Input reception makes it easier to perform. Okay, so small changes. Nothing crazy. Quality of life for Devil Jin. Dragunov. This is the big one, boys. This is the big one. The Dragunov changes. This is the big one. This video is a long one, but I think it's nice to go into this level of detail. Okay. Oppressive situations. They're targeting him directly for that, which makes a lot of sense. They're also directly mentioning the hatchet kick because it hits standing or down, and the situation after was favorable. They want to adjust that. Combining with his other low attacks, it was difficult to punish. So they want to let you keep the high damage and the counter hit effect, but they wanted to nerf its synergy with other moves. So this is cool. They're clearly considering how this move interacts with the other parts of his kit, which is the most important thing when you're considering balance in Tekken specifically. There's so many moves, you have to consider how all of them interact, and they're clearly paying attention to that, which I like. Considering the overall combo damage, the damage of the moves has been reduced. Okay, so standing 4 is nerfed. What? The damage of the first hit when doing the full string is nerfed. Okay, so this is like a low-level change, I think. Very fascinating. Oh, maybe it's combo damage too. This affects the combo damage. My fault. This is used in combos a lot. Okay, forward 3, 1+2. This is like the heat engager and the heat dash combo. It's now... Okay, increased opponent's recovery time so that it's -3 instead of -6. Nice. So at -3, Dragunov can still sidestep, backdash, play a lot of the game. So because they're nerfing his other moves, they wanted to give him something back. That's a cool change. Down forward 1. Okay, this is that high quick crouch situation again from multiple characters. Down forward 3+4. The homing move changed the damage. Wow. So this affects his combo damage. Nice. Nerfs to combo damage and nerfs to his lows. Down 4. Reaction when opponent is face down was different from the intended behavior. Okay, so we'll have to see just what it is after the fact. Down back 3+4. Forward movement reduced, so it has shorter reach. This is huge. Increase the distance between Dragunov and the opponent on grounded and downed upon ground and downed hits. Okay, so less favorable situation after. I think he had like running 2 after was like a legitimate threat if you stood up right away. 4 frames of recovery time, so it's +3 instead of +7. That's incredible. Incredible change. +7 was so dumb. Now you can still play the game after eating that low. sidesteps, backdash, armor, stuff like that. Rage art. Alter Dragunov's behavior when blocking to ensure that any character can punish. Okay, so they didn't mention specific frames, but I'm guessing this means it's a stagger low now. He does the hatchet kick and he staggers, and now anybody can launch it. They didn't mention the launch frames, so I'm guessing this is an extreme launch punishable move now. Otherwise, they probably would have said specifically. Because if it's still minus 15, that doesn't mean every character can launch, right? Back 4-2-1. The downward hitbox of the first hit is reduced. This was always hitting grounded. We saw it in Joey Fury versus Shadow at Electric Clash. So, nice change. I mean, it's happened in many more situations too, but... adjustments made to reduce the occurrence of the third hit whiffing. Nice, I like that. Consistency with the hitboxes is always great. Scaling of 70% applied when the third hit is a counter hit. We saw this with Azucena. So, third hit is a counter hit. If you get a guaranteed follow-up, now it scales harder. But you weren't, I don't think this move was counter hitting that often at high level. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I've seen it for sure, but this is definitely a nice change regardless. Back 1-2, adjusted the collision detection, making it more difficult to slip under the... Okay, so more stability for combos. When he does this elbow, it was whiffing. Running 2, frame advantage from +6 to +4. Wow, it's a significant nerf. Frame advantage. The damage of running 2 has been changed from 30 to 26. The damage of the standard version. Okay, so damage and frame nerfs. This is in line with the Azucena change. And maybe this is because they want you playing more mix-ups than what you see in Korean gameplay, where when you're at frame disadvantage, the defender just keeps blocking. So maybe their philosophy here, they didn't mention it, is that they just want people to stop taking plus frames, and then nothing happening after, right? So this is interesting for sure. I guess the exciting part of Dragunov's gameplay for them is sidestep, like down forward 2, the string and poking game. The while running 2 situation is really obnoxious, so I'm not too upset with this, but it is a notable change, right? It's a notable change in that, like, you can now, I was about to say you could power crush, but his grabs would still be a good frame trap for that. It just opens up so many options. I think the big change here is that if he does running 2 into throw, you can, I believe you can Rage Art now. Rage Art is frame 8. So before you could running 2 and then grab. And it should have frame trapped Rage Arts. But now you can't do running 2, grab, and survive a Rage Art. So this allows the defender a lot more agency. That's probably the biggest change, I think. Even if it were +5, it would still frame trap. Yeah, this is probably their intent, I think. This is probably their intent. And then, yeah, great mention from the chat. Down forward 2 no longer frame traps jab, right? So this gives the defender a lot of options. So now this feels more like a counter hit tool and emphasizing Dragunov's movement more than straight frame traps. This is pretty interesting change for sure. His back 4-3 now trades with jab, so he can't get the 14 frame heat engage anymore. Wow, this is a significant nerf. The more I think about it, this is a crazy change. Yeah, this is a different character now. There's definitely more to be seen. People will complain about that. I want to keep moving. Damage for the final kick on running 4. Okay, so this is the wall tornado. 8 damage nerf, but in combos, this will amount to a 2 to 3 damage nerf. So, nice. Down forward 1-4 while crouching. His new full crouch move and combo tool. Recovery time increased by 2 frames. No change to frame advantage on block. Probably just gives you more time to punish it. So it's still minus 13, but more time to block and react that you blocked the first hit. Second hit no longer knocks down on counter hit. Woo! When the first hit is counter hit. We like that. So I wonder if it's still wall splats. Probably not, right? During takedown 1. Opponent's recovery time reduced by 4. Okay, so no more free follow-ups, I guess, after takedown 1. Nice. Eddie changes. Crouching state while rising state. To alleviate the changes from midair, adjustments have been made to the collision detection with opponents. Okay, so hurt box expanded upwards. I guess this is just reliability of crouching while rising. Cool. Down forward 1, tracking reduced. Nice. And only 1 active frame instead of 2 active frames. So now there's more counterplay to his down forward 1. During handstand 1, Frame advantage from +5 to +6. Oh wow, so they buffed him by 1 frame. Negativa, this is a relaxed stance. 4-3. Instances where the second hit whiffs when performed near the wall have been alleviated. Hence Negativa backwards, relaxed backwards. Expanded the hurt box, alleviating situations where attacks would whiff. Okay. During Manjinga level 2, during handstand 3+4, tracking of the third hit, enhanced. Nice. So they're being minimal with Eddie, and I like that because he's so new. And even in Evo Japan, people weren't ducking strings and stuff. So his performance at Evo Japan was very, very early, and I'm glad that they're taking it kind of slow with Eddie changes. Okay, Feng Wei. This is going to be fire. Suppress the performance of standout moves. Right, so number 2, the shockwave of his heat 3+4 is nerfed, which is amazing. While crouching, full crouch 4-1 because it was so high reward. You could reduce the risk on block because you could just do the first hit and not do the second hit. There's a suppression of risk and return. Please tell me they made it a stagger low. Damage nerfs as well. Okay. I'm gonna wait. I want to be surprised. Just let me see. Issue. Okay, so this is the heat 3+4. Nerfs to. Okay, so wait. There was a situation where you get hit by back turn 1, and they've rectified that. I'll have to see how that works out. Even if the kick does not make contact with the opponent, the shockwaves would hit, but the hitbox of the shockwaves is reduced. Nice, so you can space it out a bit better. Recovery frames reduced by 3. Nice. Sheesh. Huge nerfs to that. This was such an impressive thing. I'm glad it's nerfed. 1+2. Okay, so parries almost universally in Tekken 8 are 5 frames. Raven is the exception, as far as I know. This brings him into alignment with that. His 1+2 used to be a 2-frame parry, now it's a 5-frame parry. Forward 2, down forward 3+4. Hitbox expanded downward. So it's just easier to hit low stances, probably like Ling Xiaoyu. Shoulder, back 1+2. Collision detection modified so that people can punish easier. Love that. Up forward 3, reducing his aerial tailspin damage by 4. Probably affects combos differently. Forward 3, this is the stomp. 2 damage nerf. Okay, I mean that's nice, but that's not really super significant, I think. While rising 1+2. Punch parry, again, unified to that 5-frame window. Tekken 8 change. While crouching. Okay, this is the move. His low sweep that goes into back turn stance has a second hit, and he could just not do the second hit. Oh my god. Okay. Inputting recovery frames inflicted on the opponent for the first hit have been increased by 4 frames. So if you try to punish, you won't get hit by the second hit. It doesn't stagger? So they still didn't make it a stagger low. They just increased the recovery by 4 frames. Oh my god, man. They want this move to be obnoxious. Damage reduced from, or adjusted from 10-15 to 13-10. Tactical benefits. It already had a tactical benefit of just using the first move, man. Oh my god. So, not the nerfs we were looking for, but nice adjustment, at least that you can get the punish. Ridiculous. Okay, Horong. Rage Art expanded, so it whiffs less. Forward 3. There were guaranteed hits if you hit the latter parts of the hitbox on block. So they're just changing that. So it's always just plus frames and not like guaranteed hits. Small changes, very nice. Balance direction, Jack 8. They want to make his Gamma Howl better, both offensively and defensively. So more stance changes. Excuse me. Okay. More stance changes. Rage Art, down forward 1+2. Prevent whiffing, love that. Back 2 and back 2 hold. Prevent whiffing by expanding the hitbox, nice. Okay, hitbox expanded for while rising 4. Gamma Howl. Okay, when transitioning, he gets heat back. Going into stance, he gets heat back. Okay. When he intercepts the opponent's attack in Gamma Howl, 3+4, I think that's the shield, right? He gets more heat. Wow. And he regens health now. Wow. So he gets health back and heat back. Gamma Howl 1. They made it safe? They made the Gamma Howl mid safe? Oh my god, bro. Gamma Howl 2. Hitbox expanded. Instances of whiffing alleviated. Okay, same with Gamma Charge and Gamma Health 2. Okay. Gamma Health 3+4. In Tekken 8, if the opponent's attack is successfully intercepted with the Power Crush, the following counterattack cannot be blocked with attack reversals. Except for techniques with complete evasion effects. Okay, what the heck? It's like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. If you Power Crush something, you can't parry the next move. But now Jax 3+4 didn't. Okay. This just makes it more reliable in line with other Power Crushes. Right. Issue where the enhanced state did not activate correctly when executed. When opponent was behind. Okay. Opponent was behind or when you're hitting them from the back? Enhanced state performance. Oh, so I think in Heat, this is a launcher, right? So maybe it just wasn't launching when you hit it from the back. Pause. Okay. Jin changes. Wow, we are moving slowly but steadily. Timestamps below for sure. 1-2-1. Zenshin up 1. Okay, so this is his and then he does the big spinny move, which is animated really funnily. But all they've done is expanded the hurt box. So preventing whiffs. Because it was sometimes hard to punish. He would like recover crouching, so if you tried to jab punish it, you would like go over. And I'm sure there were other issues too, so maybe it's more punishable by jabs and stuff now, which is cool. Jin's Heat Smash is really good. I'm surprised they didn't nerf that. Or down 2. But Jin main's eating good. What can I say? They still have patch 1.05, so we'll see. But okay, June. Here we go. June is controversial. A lot of people say June is not that good. And when June didn't make top 8 at EVO Japan, people were saying, see, this character's not that good. But I think June is pretty good. So let's see what happens. I didn't read June's changes at all. Based on the overall direction of 1.04, suppress the outstanding performance of certain techniques. This is number 2. Additionally, techniques that utilize Kazama's power were allowing recovery of all expended health. And there was no health consumption, which didn't appropriately balance the strength of drawbacks. I agree. Health consumption is non-recoverable? What? Wait, surely that was not the change to make. Surely that was not the change to make, was to make her hurt herself permanently. Wow. She must die in the story now, right? With that kind of lore, that's insane. They could have reduced her healing, but instead they make it so she permanently hurt. Okay, we'll have to see. Let's see what the actual moves are. Health consumption rate adjusted. Some of the consumed health no longer remains as recoverable health, but she still can't kill herself. When entering the heat state, we've adjusted so that there's decreased health consumption only. Wow. So she's Pichu from Melee, yeah. What I like is that the idea that you could spam moves in Heat was pretty nasty, but they could have just reduced the healing. Let's see how they handled this. Tracking ability of the second hit. This is Heat Smash. So if you sidestep the first hit, you are less likely to be clipped by the second hit. Amount of health recovered on block has been reduced. So they did reduce the healing. And wow. Instances where the move failed to hit consecutively were done from farther away. I've been alleviated. Okay. This is looking like the extreme nerfs, but this is just my gut reaction. I haven't actually read it yet, so don't take that seriously. Rage Art, whiffing reduced, hitbox expanded. Cool. All right, here we go. Forward 1+2 during Heat. Consumption in Heat was changed, so it takes less heat meter. The punch parry. Oh, Asuka has the same punch parry. Adjusted behavior. Okay, so same as Asuka's punch parry, just making it more reliable. Down forward 1-2. Hitbox expanded. Okay. Hurt box for down forward 2. Okay, so this makes it easier to punish, maybe similar to Jin's change. Up forward. Okay, this is a hop kick. Tracking of the follow-up attack automatically triggered upon hitting has been enhanced. Combo stability. Nice. Izumo 3. Harder to jump over opponent. Nice. That's her double kick out of Izumo. Genjutsu. Throw reversal property was not triggering properly. Okay. Oh, for Eddie's specifically. Okay, Genjutsu 2. Amount of health consumption has been reduced. issue where transition to a throw occurred has been corrected. Is that it? Wait, so what are we? I'm so confused. Like, it says some health consumption has been changed to non-recoverable, but they didn't say which ones. Which ones are not recoverable? Do we have to guess and find out? It must be the really, really oppressive moves and stuff like that, right? No, it's not every change. It says some of the health consumption has been changed. So, is it all of the moves? How are you supposed to read this? Some of the health is recoverable and some isn't. So it must, if it's not a tiny amount, this is ridiculous. Playing a character that hurts yourself that much is crazy. This is weird because Tekken 8 is supposed to be interactive, right? This is going to make June play a lot drier. And given her moves were ridiculous when she could make them safe and stuff, but this is a fascinating change. I think we'll have to see how this plays out. I would not be surprised if many players drop June, though. I would not be surprised if many players are dropping June. That seems crazy. 2 weeks before a major. That is a huge change. Okay, Kazuya. Here we go. All right, Reddit. This one's for you. Down forward 1-2-1. Down forward 3-2-1. This is the knee and the punch, and then he could charge a third hit or not charge a third hit. Hitbox adjusted to alleviate hitting targets from areas other than the front. Okay. Down forward 3+4-1-2. Issue where it was a natural combo in certain situations been fixed. Okay, I didn't even know that was a thing. Forward 2, Demon Paw, hitbox expanded downwards. I said I didn't even know if that was a thing. I'm gonna get flamed for that on Reddit, guaranteed. VDX doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay, forward 2, hitbox expanded downwards, alleviating instances of whiffing for certain moves. Cool. That's good. Demon Paw being reliable makes it, makes sense. It's still a ridiculous move. Wall Rising 2. Okay. So just more reliability on hitting like lower targets, I guess. Hell Sweep, both extensions, tracking, second hit enhanced. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. This is reliability. So the first hit of the Hell Sweep hits, the second hit should hit as well, right? Cool. Very minor changes. I actually like this. I think Kazuya is in a unique spot and people are optimizing a lot. So that's pretty cool that they're taking it slow with the Kazuya changes. Taking it slow with the Kazuya changes is pretty cool. King during heat smash. Nerf damage by 4. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. We could do a bit better. That heat smash is ridiculous. Down 1+2. Relax the input window to make it easier to execute. Okay. Maybe the simultaneous button input. Down back 1+2-2. Issue where transition to a throw occurred on an airborne hit has been corrected. So is it not supposed to transition to a throw? I'm curious what they mean here. Adjusted is the worst phrase, or corrected. Like, what was the original intention? Back 3, adjustments made to address instances where its intended functionality of Power Crush was not properly executed when blocking certain attacks. So I'm guessing it's more reliable now? Or was it too reliable before? I remember seeing some tweets about back 3, but they're so vague here. Adjustments to address. I don't know what that means. Jaguar Sprint 2. Alleviate an issue where the positional relationship... Okay, so... stabilize situations even when near the wall. These are good changes. Running... okay, Shining Wizard, Giant Swing, Tijuana Twister. Recovery amount of the remaining heat time was low. Why? He gets more heat back? Alright. Low parry adjusted. Yeah, so there's a unique King property where to get running Giant Swing, he has to do running and then hit down forward. So you do the Giant Swing input, you run, and then you hit down forward. There's like a unique King input, but I'm guessing this is related to that. So now he can low parry too, which just makes sense. He's supposed to be able to do that. Still crazy, but you know. Okay, big changes here. Kuma and Panda. Oh boy. Adjusted as characters that lack easy to use low attacks, but excel at dealing chip damage. Okay, that's their identity. By leveraging their special stances, players can compensate for their weaknesses and extinguish recoverable health created by chip damage. So the archetype of the bear now, this is showing uniqueness, is chip and delete chip. Oh boy. Furthermore, considering that Panda had less usability compared to Kuma in the heat state, adjustments have been made to enhance the performance of Heat Smash and up for 3+4 in Heat. Oh boy. Rage Art stability increased. Heat Smash damage increased. For grounded hits too. Okay. This is Panda only. Okay. And then Panda up for 3+4. Move can be executed from bear roll. Wow. Damage increased. Total damage from 21 to 40? Reduced heat consumption. Okay, so some extreme buffing may be an issue. Issue of being treated as jump status for certain period after landing has been adjusted so the low attacks can now connect properly. Okay. I see. So she was still evading some lows, so that's like a general balance thing, I think. 21 to 40 is nothing to sneeze at, bro. That's insane. During hunting, forward 1+2 technique has been changed to recoverable gauge extinguisher, the ability to erase opponent's recovery gauge on hit. Wow. So she can delete recoverable health. Okay, back 1+2. This is the throw, right? Hunting forward 1+2. Is that the throw? Back 1+2. Distance on counter hit has been unified to match the distance during a normal hit. Okay. Adjustment to alleviate situation with a positional. Okay, so positional stability. Bear sit 1. 15 damage. Bear sit 2. Collision adjust to alleviate issues. Okay, stability. Oh, wait. Easier for the opponent to evade after a backstep. So they're making it less backdashable, I guess. Bear roll during heat. Collision adjusted to alleviate issues. Okay. Opponent distance reduced. So better mix-ups. Same thing here. Okay, so deleting gray health seems to only be with the grab. Which this seemed like a scary change, but now it just seems like Panda buffs, and then the hunting grab is deleting gray health. So it could have been worse. It could have been, oh my god, Lars. Okay. Lock in, boys. We got Lars changes. Heat Smash damage increased? What are we doing, dude? Hurt box for the second hit when the first one whiffs has been extended downwards, so it's easier to anti-air him. Why do he need more damage on the Heat Smash? Dynamic Entry 1+2. Adjustment aimed at stabilizing combos which involve reducing forward movement during wall combos. Modified to apply only on hit. I like Dynamic Entry 1+2. Silent Entry 2. Expanded Hurt box. So easier to punish. Limited Entry 1. The issue where transition to throw occurred on airborne hit has been corrected. Oh, so he was getting the attack throw on the low, and then he does the anime jump. Corrected. So it shouldn't apply on airborne hit, I believe. So, okay, minor changes. They kept the +5 change, you know. They like Lars. It's okay. Law. Down forward 1+2. Tracking ability of his Rage Art was weaker than intended, so you could sidestep it. Okay. That just seems like stabilizing Rage Art behavior, which I think is important. Back 4-3. Adjusted to hit continuously even when hitting from behind. Well, while rising 4. Combo damage scaling after counter hit adjusted to 70%. Nice. So counter hit while rising 4 into Dragon DSS or Dragon Charge was so oppressive and is so high reward. So reducing that is pretty cool. Pretty cool. And that's it. Minor changes. I kind of like that. Law is really good right now, but minor changes is fine. Lee, Rage Art. Less likely to whiff, mitigating. Okay, yeah, mitigating less likely to whiff. Forward 3-3-3-3-3. Adjusted to hit continuously even when hitting from behind. The 2 slide characters are better at hitting from behind. Go figure. Down back 3+4. Difficulty in executing this attack during heat activation animation and heat dash has been addressed. That's his low, right? Why was it harder to do after heat? Pretty weird. Leo, down back 2-4. Expanded the hurt box. So it's easier to punish again, I believe. This move is really commonly spammed. So that's nice. And then hop kick. Easier to hit opponents in a low position. From behind in the low position? Okay. So minor Leo changes. I don't even know how you would balance this character. I think Leo's really good, but I don't know how to adjust them. So I have to learn the matchup better. Balance direction, Leroy. One of the most complained about characters in my comment section is Leroy Smith. Anytime I make a video about anybody, they say better nerf Leroy. I'm like, okay, dude. Like, do you see Leroy in this video? No, you don't. Command additions made to new techniques in Tekken 8. Improving the performance of Wing Chun style rapid strikes and parrying techniques. Leroy's unique characteristics have been expanded. I think one of the problems of Leroy, to be honest, is that, yeah, I get that it's a joke. It's annoying. It's a lame joke. The chain punches don't feel good to do as Leroy because you hit one button and then he does a bunch of moves. So it just feels like all of his moves are slow. Can you imagine if for Leroy, when you do the chain punches, you have to hit the button each time? I think that would feel really good, right? I think Leroy would be more fun to play and would hit faster and harder and like feel more satisfying if you hit each button, right? Like Steve, no, they changed it for Steve too. But like the chain punches would feel cooler if you were doing all the inputs. So I actually wish they would change that. Anyways, my problem with Leroy, why I don't play him, is I love Wing Chun, but he feels slow, and I think that's part of the reason why. Sidestep 1+2, Chain Punch Seed. During Nimble Shift 1+2 can also be performed as native sidesteps. Okay, so it's a new move. They just gave him a new move. That's cool. Heat Smash. Damage to 50. Buffing Heat Smash was not on my bingo card, but that seems to be what they're going for. Rage 1+ Rage Art. Okay, stability. Fast multi-hit attacks. Recovers remaining heat by 60 frames on hit. Okay. 1+2 strings. Ensure that remaining heat time does not reach 0 while attacking. So guaranteeing the heat dash stuff. Okay. Quality of life. Is that unique to Leroy that would run out? I guess he's the only one that chain punches that much. 1+2. Recovery time on block increased by 4 for the opponent. Oh, wow. Okay. 1+2. Recovery time been reduced by 4 frames. So it's like harder to punish the first hit now. And harder to punish the second hit. That's interesting. Like, I assume by recovery time, they're talking about not the literal frame disadvantage, but how fast you have until both characters are actionable. So probably same frame data, but harder to like react to him stopping his string and getting a good punish. Which is a weird change. Forward 3, 1+2. Opponent's recovery time on block has been increased by 4 frames. Second hit cannot be avoided by crouching when the first hit lands. They made it jailing? They made this a jailing low. Oh, wait. While rising 3. You could punish it on hit. No. I mistake. It's not a low. I thought he was talking about the sidestep low. Jeez, I've been looking at this screen for too long. I've been looking at this. It's while rising 3. Holy moly. I was thinking of a low. My fault. This is okay. This is good. Being able to punish on hit is pretty weird. Pretty unconventional. So that's fine. This is fine. No need to panic. Remain calm. Down forward 1+2. Recovery time reduced by 4 frames. Cool. Twin Dragon Gate. This is his parry. Also moves that transition to Twin Dragon Gate after successful parry. Okay. Upon successfully parrying the opponent's attack, recoverable gauge. Oh, he heals on parry. That's kind of cool, I guess. I was thinking thematically, yeah, when you parry something, it probably feels good. I don't know. Perfect parry. Heal by 5. Wow. Leroys are going to be spamming parries. It's going to be obnoxious. Twin Dragon Gate succeeds 1 or 2. Increased damage and does wall stun. Okay. So I think that's the wall crush where they like hit and then like are crouched, you know? Superior Twin Dragon Gate. 1 or 2. Damage for the final attack from 10 to 15. Damage from the opponent on hit, altered for follow-up attacks. Okay. That's That's kind of a big deal. Damage and allowing follow-up attacks. Pretty nasty. Back 3. Damage been changed from 20 to 27. 7 damage isn't... Damn. Okay, +8 to +9 on block. Behavior of the opponent on hit changed to match the behavior on counter hit. Wow. What did counter hit back 3 do before? What did Leroy's counter hit back 3 do before? Let's take a look. Wow. So that's what it does on normal hit now? Jesus. Guaranteed Hermit 3 1+2? Or 1+2, you mean? Come on now, guys. Insane. That's impressive. Wow, that's a good move. That's a good move. Homing high, guaranteed follow-up. Cool. Down forward 1, 1+2, 2. Down back 1+2, up back 2. Tracking capability after successful parry. Okay. That's stability. Hermit 1+2. Forward movement of the first hit has been increased. What is Hermit 1+2? I'm spacing out on that move. Oh, okay, chain punches. If it's a 1+2 input, it's probably a chain punch. Only once per match, the cane. Tracking ability on contact has been improved. So stability. Lily changes. I guess I should summarize the Leroy changes. He's interesting now. I will have to see how it plays out, right? Like, they want to make it harder to punish his strings with these changes, the recovery time. They gave him new moves. His chain punches are clearly their focus. I kind of wish they would do like input changes so it feels more fun to do. Like, feel like you're actually chain punching somebody. And then making sure you can still heat dash is pretty nice. The healing on parry is an interesting mechanic. I'm curious how that's going to play out. Like, is that really going to matter at like medium high level? It'll probably feel really good at low level, to be honest, like where parries are going to be really successful in general. So this might be a nice change for Leroy. This doesn't strike me as an insane change from a competitive standpoint, but it seems really fun for low level Leroy players. So I kind of like this as a gut reaction so far. I kind of like this as a total knee-jerk reaction. This seems really cool. Lily changes. Back-facing opponent 1 resulted in block continuing has been fixed. I guess this is unintentional jailing or something like that. I'm not sure. Or like you couldn't duck the second hit. I'm not sure how this behaved. This is her forward-facing heat smash, I assume. So, while rising 1, 2, 4, expanded hurt box, alleviating certain situations where the attacks would whiff. Okay, so stability for the opponent. Lily needed to be nerfed. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but I'm glad they didn't because I play this character. I'm not gonna elaborate. Paul 2+3. Tracking ability of the second. Actually, maybe if I elaborate, they'll nerf her in a better way. Anyways, heat smash. Tracking ability adjusted to prevent it from tracking people who sidestep the first hit. So same with June. That's nice. Sidestepping being stable. Demo Man. Tracking ability of the second hit has been enhanced exclusively when the first hit connects, alleviating the occurrence of whiffing midway through. Okay. That's cool. I didn't know they had the capability to make it track better only on hit. I feel like that's a really good thing. I didn't know that was possible. I've never seen that kind of patch note before. Damn. How long have we been doing this? An hour and 7 minutes? I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. I'm getting tired. I'm probably, for YouTube, I'm probably gonna have to make this like a quick breakdown because there's so much. There's so much here. I'll probably do a shorter video in a sec. But we'll keep going. We're not done yet. Short break. I'll be right back. Thank you for hanging out. God, this is a long patch note session. Ridiculous. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Someone just DM'd me about their cat. I think they messaged the wrong person. Did you already go through Brian? A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R Raven. Okay. Good day, lovely day. Sun is out. Oh my god, did I do cocaine? No, my nose is plugged. I'm having allergies and reading is hard right now. I'm gonna do a full recap in a bit as well. Holy fuck. That's what someone who does cocaine says. Alright, buddy. Oh my god. My nose is bleeding, is it? YouTube ain't worth the sanity shit. Well, I'd say it's a tax. I'd say it's worth it, but it ain't challenging. I was stupid, and when I was in the bathroom, I checked my notifications on YouTube Studio. A dude said, "Please don't start a video off with complaining about people watching your content, bro. Be grateful." I said, "You're right. I am monkey. I keep dancing." I thought that was an appropriate response. Good. He was There was another comment too where he said, like, you have to admit the optics of uploading Electric Clash during Evo look bad. And I was like, he said all the videos should have been out by then. And I said, bro, well, I wanted to respond with 17 question marks, but I decided to respond critically. I said, following a daily upload schedule, there were literally not enough days to upload all the Electric Clash videos before Evo Japan. Uploading more than one video per day cannibalizes views. How would you solve this problem? Question mark. And I know I'm not going to get a response to that, but yeah, thanks, Adrian Ali. You're like a magnet for some of the most bitch-made posters on Twitter. Because I'm a nice guy. He said as he banned half his chat. I have to get my Afrin. My nose is still plugged even with the allergy thing. So give me a sec. I'll do it on stream so you know I'm not doing cocaine. Jesus. Okay, I autopiloted and puffed it on the stairs. But this is how I keep my nose clear. Afrin, not sponsored, but this has helped me a lot. How about you suck on these optics? Why are you guys saying first time chatter? That was like a, you know, he tried to be supportive. Timing mix-ups on your video post. Oh, thank you, Zezik. I'm glad I was able to help. Pip Luckful, thank you for the resub. Sergeant Rudolph, thank you. Project 808, Frozen Pillar. Bear main's eating, yeah, dude. But, like, so... It was, like, mainly panda mains, right? Like... Like, this was the chip damage eater, right? This was the main change that they talked about. And the rest, it seems like stability and then damage. Am I right? What was the frame data on the puff? It felt like about 13. Mild poke. Okay, which characters do I really want to talk about? So I'm gonna have to do a summary, right? And I think dude, Lily's gonna get... I'm so sad Lily's gonna get fucking shit on. Epoxy Blue, thank you for the sub. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out this video, so... These patch notes are really long. These patch notes are really, really, really long. And, like, I'm not sure the best way to handle this. This is a giga patch for real. I'm trying to focus on the things I should talk about, like I am gonna go over the rest of the... Will you guys give it a second, please? I'm planning. Sheesh. $12-hour patch note analysis. Do you think the mother... Listen. WOHZS, Mr. Green Name. I'm not about to flame you, by the way. I just want to engage in some Socratic discussion. Some analysis. And, like, let's have a round table. Let's have a dialogue. I just read the ABCs to my chat in order to teach them about the order of the letters in the English language. Do you think they can handle a 12-hour patch note analysis? Do you think the Dota audience and the Tekken audience are even remotely similar? I read the fucking ABCs to my chat. There's no way. I can only count to 5. I'm not flaming Purge, bro. If my audience were willing to read, still waiting for what comes after R, see, they need help. Jesus. Okay, where were we? Does he timestamp those? All right, where were we? I mean, maybe I can test a long patch note video, but I don't know, man. Raven expanded the hurt box of his. Okay, so easier to punish his heat smash, I guess, or I don't even know how that works. He sends a projectile, so like you'd have to sidestep it, I guess. I don't know. Okay, 4-3 forward 1. These are a lot of moves. So what is it? Tracking of the second hit enhanced exclusively when the first hit connects. So same as Paul. That's really cool. Again, that you can enhance tracking after the first move. While Rising 4, hitbox has been enlarged to mitigate instances of whiffing for certain moves. Cool. During heat, 2+3 adjusted the collision and tracking ability to reduce the occurrence of slipping through the opponent at close range. Lowered the tracking ability of the first hit to prevent the second hit from tracking if the opponent sidesteps the first hit. Cool. So heat smash nerfs, really nice. It's weird because some characters get huge heat smash buffs, like damage and everything, and some characters just get it nerfed. So I'm not sure if they're really aligned on doing heat changes. The reducing slipping through is a nice change as always, and then just reducing tracking is cool. For Rage Art, reliability. Down forward 4-2-3 and back 4. Collision detection adjusted. Okay, so Reyna untouched. I think she'll have to perform better to get nerfed, but Reyna is pretty annoying in a 1-2. I think and as always when I talk about this, I'm never downplaying the player I'm talking about, but Reyna, I'm not even gonna open that can of worms. Reyna was cruising through a lot of players at EVO Japan. She's really hard to fight in a 1-2. And stabilizing that kind of gameplay is going to be challenging. So I'm interested in seeing how they handle that. Maybe it's a skill issue in the long term. But yeah. If Yagami had more than one set on stream, people would be talking. Yeah, exactly. And this is no shade at all. Like Yagami is really good. He's really chill. But I think the fact that players who are seeking consistency are struggling to find consistency is telling. But we need to give it more time. We need to definitely give it more time. Balance direction, Steve Fox. This one's very exciting. They want to make Lionheart better. And they wanted to up forward 2 have longer range, which is pretty cool. Heat smash damage up by 5. Hitbox has been expanded. This is actually interesting because my heat smash is always almost about to kill and then doesn't. So Rage Art, consistency. Sonic Fang, distance from the opponent was reduced when the first hit is blocked in order to alleviate whiffing midway through. Yeah, this happened a lot to me. Sonic Fang, like first hit only. Thank you, Zenpai. I appreciate that. Stomp, back 1-2, up forward 3-2. Nice. So these are very specific Lionheart changes, right? Take a look at this. These are all the +7 Lionheart changes, right? So he has other Lionheart transitions that are not like this, namely while standing 2-2 is +11, and heat smash on block is +8. So the +7 changes, they've made +8. And the reason why that's useful is because now the 7-frame power crush gets frame trapped by Lionheart 1. Now this is interesting because they could have sped up Lionheart 1, Lionheart 2, and Lionheart 1+2, but instead they sped up the transition to the stance, like they gave him better frames, which is less likely to create problems with the other stance transitions. What are your thoughts on Lydia? So, welcome to the stream. This is a patch notes rundown stream, and Lydia is not covered in the patch notes. So, let's keep our questions on topic, class. Like showing up to math and being like, what do you think about the weather? You don't have to shoot them. I'm just, informing them that we should stay on topic. Up forward 2. Forward movement increased. Cool. While rising 1-1. Opponent could unnaturally quick crouch to evade the subsequent high attack. Okay, what is this? I'm so confused how often this is happening in the changes. Did Lily get any changes? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We're currently on S. Crying, bro. Let's see. During spin forward, issue where Peekaboo was inadvertently deactivated has been fixed. Okay. Ducking 1+2. Did they ever fix the back 1 nerf? Like where you could punish this? No. Why are they not fixing? Is like this is a very strange bug. They didn't even acknowledge it. Maybe they don't know why it's happening. Can you still cancel? They didn't mention it. What's up, Billy? Leave that in. The Peekaboo cancel is corrected? Did they say that? Where did they say that? They nerfed the cancel? Oh, what? Oh, that's dumb as shit, bro. That shit was cool. Oh my god. Babu, that is so dumb, dude. It was a bug, but it was hard to do, not that good, and it was cool. It was cool, man. They needed to fix that? Explain. Explain why they needed to fix that. If a bug is cool, you leave it in. Because I hate you? They should fix KBD as well. Even if you're memeing, I hate that conversation. And because this is my stream, I get to decide the rules. So unfortunately, if that was a joke, that was a bad joke. And you'll have to sit in timeout for a while. Wow, that is so dumb. And why did they... I was immediately thinking of Riven's animation cancel. What does the last buff mean? I'm not sure why this is... I don't know why they changed it to 8. Like the unblockable is now faster, and I don't know why. Is it to like... It's probably so you can't fuzzy it. Right? Like if somebody does this versus this, like now the window is so tight that you can't fuzzy guard it. Oh, it's for combos? Oh, that's cool. They have to balance around it if it stays. I mean, sure. You made a game. You have to balance around it. Like, are you telling me they took out something cool because they don't want to balance around it? I don't vibe with that argument at all. Trades with jab now, yeah. Yeah, Lionheart 1+2 is gonna look cooler than Lionheart 2, I'm not gonna lie. Do you want to balance around a super tight one frame bug where you deny your entire casual player base having strength because of it? What? The buff, the Peekaboo cancel isn't the reason why he can't have these Lionheart buffs. The peekaboo cancel was specifically good so he could access throws to beat power crushes. If his stance options now beat power crush, there's no need to do it. But what made it cool was that it was hard to do and you could get higher reward. He wasn't broken because of the peekaboo cancel. He doesn't lose to power crush on hit though. Exactly. It's not impactful enough to matter. It's not impactful enough. Except bypassing parries, sure. But you could easily just like you could like counter argument to that. This beats parries too. So I don't know. It just feels like the typical behavior of reducing, like, play the game the way we want you to play it, you know. This is the first game where Steve is mid, not weak, mid. They don't want it in the game. Shaheen. Different attacks being executed when performing input transitions has been resolved. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. Forward back two. Forward back two. Angle at which throws can be executed has been expanded, allowing throws to connect not only from the front, but also slightly off axis to the side. Oh, he was able to like chain this infinitely. Guard break. Collision detection, mitigation of some counterattacks wouldn't reach after evading. Oh, so easier to punish. Holy shit, Xiao Yu. Okay. She is evasive with Phoenix, but her offensive capabilities were too strong. Yeah, this is good. Already, I like this philosophy. I'm indeed playing devil's advocate. Well, we appreciate your service. Damage has been changed from 23 to 20. Nice. Position of attack hitbox been adjusted to prevent attacks from hitting opponents from behind. What is with them and hitting opponents from behind? Opponent's state when blocking is changed from crouching to standing. Wait, what's forward 2-1 up plus 2? Up 1 plus 2. What's forward 2-1 up forward 2? I've never seen that move. Up back 4 is her armor. The armored kick. Not even Xiao Yu mains know? Is this forward 2-1-2? Is that the same move? It's the same move. Oh, no. Forward, forward. Forward dash. Ah, cool. Oh, and she can just instantly do it. Up forward. Oh, these are separate moves. It's just up forward 2 by itself. These are 3 separate moves. I thought it was forward 1, 2, up forward 2. My fault. During heat. Unintended jump status. Corrected. Cool. Forward 3. What the fuck is forward 3? Oh, the knee. Forward movement increased. Stabilized combos. Cool. Mark's gonna like that. Nice. Damage reduction for the Spike Ender. Ball Rising 2. Recovery time reduced. Okay. So maybe combos are easier. Back facing 1, 2. Tracking enhanced on hit or block. Okay. Hypnotist 2. Here we go. Increased heat consumption. Yes. Hypnotist 3. Hurt box expanded. Easier to land. Huh? How does that work? Okay. Recovery time increased by 1. So is that like minus 13 now? Special style. Selection of special thermals has been included. Oh. Arcade style up forward 1+2? What is that? What does that mean? What is the arcade style up forward 1+2? Oh, so now she gets a faster throw. I get it. Okay. They're two different throws. Yoshimitsu. Oh, here we go. Never mind. They buffed 1-1. Why did they buff 1-1? This move is insane. I guess it's stability. Down forward 1+4? What move is that? Yeah, Lily's probably going to get gutted in the next patch, though. Wait, I meant to kill Yoshi. Fuck. Oh, it's the less damage CD1. Nice, nice, nice. Back to hitbox expanded for okay, stability. Running 3. Hitbox around the main body has been expanded to alleviate issues of whiffing at close range. Does not affect attack's reach. Okay. Stability. 1, 2, down by 2. Consecutive hit after the second hit has been corrected. Okay. Pulling the sword out again? Is that double back 1+2? Is that just pulling the sword out again? What is Bato Kakugo? Is Bato Kakugo sword stance? So you could just double no sword on accident? Manji Dragonfly 4. Treat it as jump until landing. So okay, so just improved. Okay. So Yoshi just got adjusted. He's still gonna be so good. Okay, here we go. Zafina, in particular, Tarantula stance, make it more effective. Depleting through chip damage with Azazel's power. Okay, so improve rage art. Heat smash for Scarecrow. Expanded hurt box. Nice. Behavior of the opponent on hit is modified from +2 to +22? That's like the biggest frame change I've ever seen. What the fuck? What move is that? What? The trailer ballerina spin? I see. You can take a drink mid combo. What is 2-4? 1-4. Oh, Jesus. This does ballerina spin? There's no way that does ballerina spin now, right? So the point is that she has a... Wow. Okay, wait. What's the heat engager? All of these frame trap now? No, she's so far away, right? Okay, so that's the main thing. Is guaranteed heat engage. That's funny. That move is insane. Wow. That's insane. For and now that they're closer? Wow. Okay. Even when hitting from the side, the connected moves are now corrected to hit continuously. Oh, I like that move. That move is cool. Bonus behavior +5? Okay, does that mean you can't move anymore? Does that mean you can't move to beat her shit anymore? Oh my god, man. You used to be able to sidestep this shit. There's no way you can sidestep this anymore. Oh my god. This frame traps jabs now? Oh my god. You have to react to down 3 now. That's what that means. +7, so this power crush is like... Bro. Holy shit. Okay, so Zafina's gonna be crazy. Running 3 adjusted the collision detection. This is insane. 2 weeks before, man. Stability. Running 1+2 is now homing. Why is the camera moving so much? I'm gonna throw up. Chill out, Zafina, bro. Jesus. Okay, that's a really slow running move. Well, it looks slow, but it's 23 frames, so. Oh, it's faster. They made it faster, of course. Well, it's like Claudio. This feels like Claudio now. What is this, a high? It's a high. So he has a Claudio running. She has a Claudio running 2 now? Into stance? +8? She was immune to low attacks? What the fuck? His is 13 frames and not homing. Okay. Well, actually. No, that's a significant difference. That's I'm joking. That's like a significant difference. But Kiriko 4, stability. Tarantula down forward 1. From -7 to +6? You can't just, these are like big changes. Are we really that confident to just make these kinds of changes, bro? Like why? So she has a frame trapping mid. That plus. So she could just do this over and over again? Consistent with her Mantis stance. The point is that her stances are all different. You're telling me you can loop this shit? I want to see Chanel win something. Brother, did you watch Evo Japan? Elisa's a menace. Zafina is more fun than Elisa, though. Isn't that, like, entirely subjective? Isn't... What? I main both. Okay. You guys are... Anyways. Alright, we finished the patch notes. Now I'm gonna do a shorter video because that shit took fucking forever. Oh my god, I'm so tired. That was so hard. That was a long patch note, bro. Alright. Let's look at the key characters we want to talk about. Asuka. Azucena for sure. Brian, yeah. Devil Jin, loosely. Whoa. Dragunov, yep. Bang. Oh, strong aerial tailspin nerfs. Jack 8. Willow DF1, thank you for the 2 months. Orange Soda official, appreciate you. June. The June changes go crazy too. Kazuya. King. You always have to talk about Kazuya and King. Kuma. Panda. Arslan Ash just tweeted. Dang, okay. Let's check it out. Goodbye, Azucena. So when you said just tweeted, did you mean 3 hours ago? I gotta trust myself more. All right. I'm not gonna shoot him, guys. You guys just want violence. Lars. Law probably needs talking about. Lars, Law, and Lee, just because the hit from the back shit is so funny. Leroy, yeah, Leroy for sure. I'm gonna do a summary video now. Reina, Steve. Shaheen Infinite. Kuma Panic. Can we do this? Can we? Alphabetical order. Xiao Yu for sure. Safina, Yoshi. Just talk about the full roster at this point. No! That took fucking an hour and 40 minutes. All right. Now I can do a quick summary. Holy hell, you guys. Just edit the VOD, bro. Where the fuck is this? Where the fuck is this guy? Big timeout. And just so you understand, the reason why I don't edit my VODs has been explained a million times, but what do I say? One take? Is this the command? There you go. It's much more efficient to record a summary instead of editing the VOD, yes. Lotus, I feel that. When comes this patch? May 8th. Can you just redo the entire stream in 0.7x? That is... That's funny. I like that comment. That's funny. Victor needs down 3 buff. That's a fascinating request. I've never heard of somebody wanting Victor's down 3 buffed. Yeah, combo breaker. All right. Lock in. We got this. Okay. Yoshi Senpai, thank you for resubbing. Thank you so much. God. I'm sleepy. Vic down 3. Maybe split in-depth character changes into small videos. Splitting videos by character tends to be inefficient because nobody will watch a video they don't care about for a character they don't care about. So I'm just gonna do my summary video. And people can read the patch notes if they really want that detail. This is for people who don't really want to read it. You know? Like if somebody's driving to work and they're like, what do I need to know? This is what that is. Alright. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. I'm actually glad we're doing it this way. I think it's going to be way more efficient. Because we could do this in like 15 minutes. Marketing and fighting game players that don't want to read is a safe demographic to target. Exactly, right? These aren't card game players, right? Ify, are you excited for Lydia? Scroll my Twitter. You might not have Twitter. I'll just add a command. There you go. Visual input. Yeah, I want to do visual representations if the move is like really relevant, but it's kind of a lot, you know? Before and after you will see on IMOP's channel. So I'm doing more analysis than straight visual stuff. All right. There are other content creators who will give you like concrete before and after stuff. All right. Evo Japan has just concluded. This is early 2024. We are what, 3 months after the release of Tekken 8, and this might be the biggest patch Tekken has seen in a very long time. Just as a franchise, patching is already pretty new to Tekken. At least patches this regularly and this large. But this one is insane. I did an initial read through and it took like an hour and a half to get through the whole thing. So what I've got for you now is a condensed version going through the highlights and trying to focus on what's important, because there's so many quality of life changes that those get repetitive after a while. I'll timestamp below each character, although we're going to try to keep it moving pretty quickly anyways. But let me first talk about just like a bird's eye view of this patch, right? So there's tons of stability changes. All of the unreliable hitboxes, the rage art interactions, the heat interactions that people were complaining about, they've addressed tons of them, and that's really nice. But what I'm really excited for is their clearly communicated philosophy on character balance. And they talk about it here, listed, right in front of you. In the scheduled release of 1.04 on May 8th, and in the planned release of 1.05 in June, gradual balance adjustments will be made to address the following issues. So their first point, number 1, characters who are not able to fully exhibit their unique characteristics and strengths unique to Tekken 8 will be adjusted. Number 2, characters with disproportionately strong moves or high combo damage will also be adjusted. And number 3, situations where one player dominates the attack and makes it difficult to use defensive techniques will be adjusted. That zoom thing really jump scared me. Let me do that one more time. EVO Japan 2024 has just concluded. We are 3 months out from the release of Tekken 8. And what I have here is one of the biggest patches that Tekken has ever received. Tekken is not new to patches. Notably, Tekken 5 had a patch in Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection. So adjustments aren't new, but adjustments of this scale, where they change system mechanics, warp character strength either up or down based on play rates and plenty of other statistics, is brand new to the series. So it took about an hour and a half to do a full read through on stream of these patch notes. And if you want to see that detailed analysis, I have a VODs channel. You could check the Twitch VOD as well. What I want to give you here is a quick summary, a bunch of highlights, and what is kind of the most important from this patch, because there's a lot of quality of life changes, and those take up a lot of the space. What I first want to do is give you a bird's eye view of the patch, and then I'll timestamp the characters below, but hopefully we'll keep it pretty short anyways. Okay, so what did I like about the patch? General pros, tons of stability changes. Basically on Twitter, you'll see people do Tekken 8 report, like hashtag T8 report, and you'll see issues with heat smashes whiffing, characters flying past each other, moves completely whiffing, or moves hitting like from behind. There's tons of issues with hitboxes in the game, and they've addressed tons of them here in the patch notes, and that's really exciting to see. But what I really enjoy as a player, as a content creator, is the clearly communicated philosophy behind their balance changes. So they're scheduling this release, 1.04, for May 8th, and they're planning 1.05, the follow-up, in June. And they're targeting 3 specific issues with their balance changes. So number 1, they want to adjust characters who aren't displaying uniqueness, right? They have a bunch of unique character identities in Tekken 8 they want to show, and they want to make sure those are shown. So usually these are through buffs. Number 2 is characters with really, really annoyingly strong moves or huge combo damage, Dragunov, Fang, are also going to be targeted. And finally, situations where characters have such oppressive offense that they have to force the opponent to guess, they actually want to take these away. They want you to be able to use defensive techniques like lateral movement, which they mention here, and they want you to be able to sidestep more effectively. And they also want to change the battle systems to allow you more counterplay and less straight up guessing. These are really positive changes in my mind, and it's great that they shared this philosophy. In the past, Tekken patch notes have never shared what the developers were thinking. You had to guess and intuit it based on the changes. So I absolutely love this. Few issues with buffing, but we'll cover that in specifics once we get to those characters. I understand there's a lot of compromises that developers need to make. What's exciting also is they address the future. So there are characters not touched on this list that they clearly have their eye on. So they mentioned Victor, Lily, King, Paul, and Yoshimitsu. I'm excited for that. Even as a Lily player, I can easily acknowledge that she's ridiculously strong. She absolutely needs to see some adjustment, and I'm not excited for it, but it's going to happen. They also mentioned these are all system changes on the first page, by the way. And the first thing that was really stood out to me, Jesus, I can't speak right now, you guys. What the fuck? Oh my god, we have to take that again. Oh my god, I can't fucking speak. Holy fuck. I took that Afrin puff, and now there's mucus fucking everywhere in my throat. Pause. So it's really annoying. All right. Jesus Christ. All right. Evo Japan 2024 has just concluded, and as is the tradition, Bandai Namco announced not only the latest patch, but released all of the patch notes that we can expect. Obviously, that's fucking redundant, bro. If you're going to release the patch, you're going to show the patch notes. One more time. Evo Japan 2024 has just concluded, and as is tradition, Bandai Namco has released the patch notes for the upcoming update for Tekken 8. There are tons of changes. This might be the biggest patch I've seen in my Tekken career. It might not be actually the biggest, but I tried to read it on stream, and it took like an hour and a half. So I'm excited to dig into this. We did a full read through on stream, so check out the oh my god. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm so mad. Listen to some music. Let me breathe. I'm so mad, dude. I like falling asleep. Who said choke the X? Shoot that guy. I saw that. I have chat closed, but I saw that in OBS. I'm gonna find you. You thought you could get away with that one, huh? Where's this guy? Wait, did you shoot him already? Oh my god, you did. That was faster than I could do it. Nice shot. Alright, I'll be right back. Jesus Christ. Maybe I need a snack. These people dead forever? No. I'll be right back. Holy moly, man. So I realized as I walked downstairs, I was really fucking hungry. So I decided to take an old Chipotle bowl and crack an egg in it. And maybe this will taste really good. And maybe it'll be horrible. He's got the munchies from cocaine. Isn't cocaine a stimulant? Why would you get hungry? I'm mountain time. Roofy knows how cocaine, bro. It's how caffeine works. Let's go, cringe DX. Look at you. Hmm. Oh, okay. Well. Are Noctis on stimulants? No, bro. They're on Prozac. What? $5 a.m.? Has it been 3 hours? Yeah, I started streaming at 5 a.m. Because I was going to do the patch notes and it ended up taking forever. So the egg in the steak bowl is not bad, but it's also not that good. I deserve sleep. Well, it was supposed to be like 10 minutes. Well, not 10 minutes literally, but... It's already over for Lily, bro. It's already over. Lily won Evo. It's so over. I've seen it called like Asian chill hop. But Re Plus is one of my favorite artists. Bro, if they nerf Lily before Evo, I have to learn a new character. That fucking sucks. Bro said skill issue. I can barely play the game in online ranked. What do you mean skill issue? I don't have time. Fuck. Like look at the length of this stream. Look at how this stream, I have not touched the game of Tekken. It's been 3.5 hours. Block punishment, back forward inputs, do it sooner. Practice mode. If it doesn't work there, keep adjusting. It took 3.5 hours to do this patch notes video. The fuck? Next take, yes. You look neat? Is that a term? Is that like an EU term for looking like tired? You look beat? Patch notes videos get less interesting every minute that passes. Optics, yeah, bad optics. Thank you for emphasizing my decaying appearance. As someone who leverages the camera to his brand, that is very encouraging. Oh, that was weird. EVO Japan has just concluded, and as of the time of recording, we are 3 months out from the release of Tekken 8. This might be the biggest patch I've ever seen for Tekken. Tekken obviously new to regular patches as of Tekken 7. So this is kind of uncharted territory. Not uncharted territory isn't fair to say, but this is new. Doing these kinds of changes is pretty new. So it took about an hour and a half for me to read all these changes on stream. So I just want to give you the highlights. If you want to see the full VOD or anything, I have a VODs channel on YouTube. You can go to the Twitch VOD, things like that. Okay, let's take a bird's eye view and then dig into the changes that I felt really mattered. There's a lot of quality of life changes and like stability changes, which is really cool, but not really worth digging into too deeply unless it has big implications on how the character functions. So patch is due for May 8th delivery. And they're planning already a patch 1.05 in June. So this is 1.04, 1.05 in June. The 3 targets for characters that they want to adjust are, number 1, characters who haven't been able to show their uniqueness. So probably buffing them, right? Number 2, characters with disproportionately strong moves or high combo damage. And then number 3, they want to adjust situations where one player has a insanely dominant attacking advantage, right? Especially where it's difficult to apply any kind of defensive counterplay. And you could see here that for category 3, the defensive counterplay, they want to specifically allow you to sidestep more and adjust the battle systems to be less oppressive, specifically for everybody, I imagine. So, other point of interest is that characters that weren't adjusted in this patch, they named specifically Victor, Lily, King, Paul, and Yoshimitsu. They are planning adjustments in the next patch in June. Okay. There are more. This whole page is system changes, and I'll talk about the specific ones I like in a second. But my immediate concern is how these patches are not seemingly planned around the major tournaments that are coming up. The initial tournament season for the US, it's on, and the US is kind of the international hub for a lot of tournaments as well. Combo Breaker is the 3rd week of May. This patch comes out May 8th. So all of these changes, we will have about 2 weeks to work with. A bit less than 2 weeks, actually. So not only does that kind of produce a lot of variance, to me it reduces the quality of the Tekken. Because attackers will have these brand new strategies that defenders have not had a chance to study, lab, and gain experience with. Additionally, attackers may not have mastered how to attack with these new tactics. So the Tekken will be kind of, juvenile is not the word I want to use, but like underdeveloped, where you're just going to see a lot of layer 1 stuff. And it's kind of why Eddie was so strong in EVO Japan. So many of the strings he had that were duckable, people weren't prepared to duck. I have this sneeze that is welling up that I can't get to happen, but I'll keep talking and I'm going to randomly sneeze. So that's your warning. It's going to come up at some point in my speech. But yeah, Eddie was doing so well with strings that couldn't be ducked, or could be ducked, and people just weren't prepared for it. So with quick changes like this, you're likely to see that kind of underdeveloped Tekken more often, and that's less exciting to me from a competitive standpoint. And especially with the June patch planned, this is very quickly before EVO. And with Combo Breaker, CEO, and EVO being the big 3 tournaments in the US, this is kind of a very unstable time for very expensive, prestigious tournaments. And that's not the most exciting thing for competitors. As someone who wants to compete more, trying to find footing in this competitive space, it is hard when so many changes are happening. And these changes are necessary because we're in the arcade release of Tekken 8. But it's a tough place to be in as a competitor, for sure. Okay. Other last things, cons. They're doubling down on some system changes that I disagree with. I can't say they're objectively bad, I just disagree with them. There's a pattern of skill expression removal. We'll get to that, especially with the Steve changes. And there are extreme changes. Some game warping nerfs that, even though I thought they were justified, are a bit extreme. And some seemingly reckless extreme buffing. Extreme. I say that to really emphasize that, like, these changes are kind of crazy. I think that Tekken is a very sensitive game to changes. Steve is always 1 buff away from being insanely oppressive, for example. And I think we have to be so careful with these kinds of changes. That said, it is still the first, again, 3 months of Tekken 8. We have a lot of time going forward, hopefully, as long as the player base is kept pretty happy. And something I think I love is that this openly communicated philosophy is pervasive throughout. Long ass intro, let's get to the changes, right? So lots of system changes, lots of stability changes. The ones I want to highlight are very minimal, but very important. So Rage Arts in general were just stabilized. You'll see this throughout the entire cast. They keep mentioning Rage Art stabilized, like easier to hit, will whiff less, stuff like that. The other interesting change is that slow motion behavior is normalized. So slow motion, especially in Tekken 7, would change the properties of moves, either evasiveness or hitboxes or frames in the worst case. So making sure that slow motion behaves properly is really important. There was also a downed state wake up bug. This one's really, really important. Doing a unique character getup or the while rising 4 from face down feet away would turn off the stage hazards. So they, if you want to see what the bug looks like, that's in a previous video. I think it's called like I tried to be optimistic about the Tekken changes. This is a huge change, obviously, just to make sure that the stage hazards function as intended. But they didn't mention that while rising 4 from the face down position. So I'm curious if they omitted that on purpose because they couldn't fix it yet, or if it's included in this change. The other big change is the nerf to strong aerial tailspins. So strong aerial tailspins, if you ever fight a Dragunov or a Fang, you'll see them, or a Nina especially, they'll be spinning you over and over and over again. After 3 of these, the knockback is increased now. So combos will hopefully be a bit less obnoxious and high damage and consistent for these high combo damage characters already. Those are the main important ones, I think, for the overall system. Now let's talk about specific characters. So again, lots of small changes. There were a lot of characters had this weird, like, you could duck high moves faster phenomenon happening as the defender. So you'll see a lot of these changes if you go through the patch notes. But otherwise, the specific character balance targets had this little opener where they talked about the character philosophy. And they linked back to these ideas of their 3 key points: buffing uniqueness, nerfing extreme moves and combo damage, and increasing like defensive counterplay for the defender. So let's take a look. Asuka's the great first example. So they wanted to improve her new Tekken 8 elements. So Naniwa Gusto, her buff stance, or her buffed install, where she glows blue, and her destabilizer like stance. It's like a really mini situation. So you'll see a lot of stability changes here, and then the big ones are, okay, forward 1+2, this running 1+2. So normally it was just a knockdown move with plus frames. Now it does a tornado on counter hit. And reducing the knockback distance lets Asuka apply mix-ups more easily with those plus frames. Once she has Naniwa Gusto, it says damage reduced, but it's not really a nerf because now it's a tornado on normal or counter hit. So it's always going to launch when she has her install. Additionally, she gets plus 11 instead of plus 6. And it's a wall splat. I believe it was a wall splat before, or maybe just only at point blank. But now it's a reliable wall splat, I think is the point. And this is a big change. Asuka is traditionally a defensive character who wants you to attack into her. So she struggled against turtles. These moves, especially this running move, gives her a lot of offensive pressure that can incentivize the opponent to do something, right? And that helps her play into the strong parts of her kit more often. And these future changes also play into that. So Destabilizer, this throw, doesn't actually do damage by itself, but it gives her a quick mix-up. She has 2, which is a mid, and 4, which is a low. The low is no longer launch punishable. It was a knockdown low. This seems excessive, except for the fact that Destabilizer is duckable. Not that you would be ducking like that easily and reacting anyways. But this seems like a decent adjustment to the risk-reward. I generally would say be careful making things not launch punishable. King had a lot of really high reward lows that they took away the launch punish on, and now he's just able to abuse them very freely. Especially with the nerfed low parry system, this is kind of scary. The mid, though, is also a big change. It used to be -9, now it's -3. This lets Asuka play things like sidestep 2. She can play her parries still. She can play hop kick, can, low evasion, low crushing. Tons of options here. And this gives her a lot more flexibility using this throw. And the chip damage on block is obviously a nice to have as well. Azucena. Huge problematic character that dominated the Korean scene. Arslan Ash is a big Azucena player. These are huge changes. And actually, this falls in my realm of game warping nerfs. Right? They're not just tweaking a few moves from her. They are trying to change the way she plays overall. And they even mention that here. Instead of relying on low-risk pokes, they want her to play more stances, right? And play more of that high-octane, caffeinated style, which I think is actually really cool. I think that it's cool that the character's animations, voice lines, and theme all line up together. And I like the character for that, but I would agree that her low-risk poking style was more effective. I'm half excited for this, but again, majors are coming up really soon. Azucena players may have to scramble to either find a new playstyle or find a better character that they vibe with, because this is very, very... these changes are very significant. 1-1 is now -10. It would go into stance on hit only. So it used to be -9 and safe. but now it is jab punishable, and to make it easier to punish, they reduced the pushback on the second hit. It's also easier to evade the jab with sidesteps. So her poking significantly nerfed here. 1-1 was pretty safe to just throw out. 2-1, Arslan Ash loves this move if you watched his Azucena. Again, easier to sidestep. Now the recovery frame of the second attack is increased by 4 frames. I'm not sure about the significance of this change because it didn't say change the frame data necessarily. But they explicitly mentioned the frame data right after. So if you read the patch notes, sometimes they say recovery time increased, but the frame data stays the same. In this case for Azucena, it looks like the recovery and the frame data change. So instead of being -3, she's now -7 on her 2-1. Instead of +7 on hit, she's only +3. Now, she does have the extension, the high punch, but this gives her way less of a lead and advantageous situation by throwing out these safe pokes, which is the intent they mentioned, but is a significant change. The playstyle is going to have to change. Down forward 1-4-1. This is her jailing mid-high string and the high extension that counter hit launches. First 2 hits are no longer delayable. That is kind of a big change. It reduces the mental stack of defending against this, and because you could duck the second hit if it was delayable. Now she has to do it at full speed. Damage reduced from 17 to 13 on the first 2 hit, on the second hit only. Sorry, and the hitbox has also become easier to sidestep. So there were situations where you would try to step her down forward 1. And the second hit would track you. So again, nerfed poking. And then it looks like the third hit could sometimes hit when your opponent's behind you. So a bit more like visual clarity, like don't get hit if I'm swinging the other way. Even though they nerfed a bunch, they gave her down back 3 a little buff, 2 damage, and this automatically goes into back turn stance. So I like buffs like this. Clearly aligns with their philosophy, and with these other nerfs, it makes sense to have down back 3 buffed. Now her down back 4, her other key low poke that crushes highs, goes under jabs and things like that, lost 4 damage. So it felt like almost the down back 3 was necessary to buff because of that nerf. Back 1-1 is also buffed. Not a commonly used string, so clearly trying to add other parts to her kit, or kind of make other parts of her kit shine. And they also made it whiff a bit less. And this is another common thing in many of the strings that the characters run through, less whiffing. Okay, forward 4. This is another huge change you'll see in a lot of the characters. Combo scaling after hit has been adjusted. So Azucena forward 4 is like not like an axe kick, but she does like a downward kick, it puts the opponent in crouch, and she gets a guaranteed crouch throw. And it was doing tons of damage. So by forcing the scaling to 70%, the guaranteed follow-ups do less damage. And a lot of characters were nerfed this way. But the big one is running 3-2. It has lost 7 damage on the second hit and is now no longer +5 but only +2. What I believe this will mean is that her pokes are now sidesteppable. So running 3-2 was really annoying because if you tried to sidestep after this, she could track you with 2-1, or down forward 1-4 was really hard to step as well. And obviously her down forward 2 became a frame trap. None of these are the case anymore. So it seems like the only value for this move is the fact that it does chip damage, like a lot of chip damage. The +2 is obviously nice so you can play jabs or things like that, but aside from that, it's barely any advantage. The only other thing I can think of is she has a counter hit high, 1+2, and that will trade with a down forward 1 mid poke at this frame number. So huge nerf to her advantage. She's gonna have to play completely differently, playing a lot of stance mind games and things like that. I'm surprised they didn't buff the stances directly. I played a bunch of Azucena in the betas, and there's a period of time before her stance gains the evasive property. So unless they buff that, I feel like she's just going to be immensely weaker, right? This is what I feel like is a game warping nerf, not only from Azucena in the meta, but just thinking about being an Azucena player. How much differently will you have to play? What different style will you have to learn now? Obviously, pro players can adapt, but in 2 weeks before a big tournament, I think that's going to be the quality of play we're going to see is going to drop. If we even continue to see Azucena, they might just drop the character altogether. Yeah. On the flip side, we get a big buff with Brian in this next patch. Brian, a very popular character, high execution, very cool to see on the screen. They specifically mention increasing his heat smash power and snake eyes, his install buff, kind of like Asuka. We'll talk about the changes before I share my opinion. So damage increased by 10 for his heat smash and frame advantage from +9 to +15. So when Brian is plus 18, he gets a guaranteed taunt. That's an unblockable. So we're not quite at that range yet, but plus 15 is a lot. His jet upper 14 frames becomes like uninterruptible completely, right? This clearly is to shut off like rage arts as an option and give him access to more of his moveset after a heat smash is blocked. Pretty scary stuff for the defender. Kind of seems to go against the philosophy of buffing defensive options in oppressive situations. But the counter argument is that it's a heat smash, right? So he's blowing all of his resources to get this mix up. I think it's a bit whack to give Brian this advantage for free. I say for free because it's like a safe option that you could just throw out. You could heat burst, heat smash, you're at a huge advantage. But we'll have to see how it plays out. It's hard to conclude anything without seeing it and playing against it. Now, other small quality of life things that are important. If you power crushed his 3+4 or down forward 2-3, he could evade the follow-up, and that was kind of cheap, so they took that away. They increased the reliability of like his flip over with QCB4. But the big one is that Snake Eyes 3+4-2, when he charges it, can no longer be power crushed or reversed. They say no longer possible to mitigate, so maybe you can armor through it. But my understanding is that this is just going to blow up that defensive option. Again, I thought we were buffing defensive options. Not sure how that plays out here. Finally, they showed this string in like a trailer after Evo Japan. Forward 2-1, 2-3-2, and it's tons of changes. The heat consumption has changed. The individual frames on the different string hits are changed. I'm assuming the last hit is unchanged because they didn't mention anything. Clearly, they want to see us use this string more. And to be honest, it's a cool string. Like, I think it looks very visually cool, so I don't mind them buffing it. But it is kind of like, it's a lot, right? So people are going to have to study up, and you don't have a lot of time. 2 weeks before the next major tournament. Minor changes with Claudio, things like that. Devil Jin, minor changes, but the big one is the heat smash. They reduced the tracking on the heat smash because it's already full screen. Now it gives you more counterplay outside of just block or rage art on a read. So cool stuff to see this change. One other cool change is that his laser scraper, the third hit now tracks reliably if the second hit hits. So good stuff on that. I like reliability changes and kind of balancing out these insane moves and then kind of staying hands off and letting Devil Jin players cook with this. This style of change I really, really like. Nerf the insanely problematic move, like this category 2 stuff, and then see what happens. Like, we don't know a lot yet. Again, still month 3. Biggest change, I don't know, biggest change? One of the biggest changes of the patch, Dragunov. So again, he had outstanding moves, outstanding combo damage, and very one-sided situations, right? They specifically mentioned down back 3+4, his hatchet kick, and talk about their buff philosophy and nerf philosophy there. They didn't really buff it. It's the nerf philosophy, right? This is really cool to see, again, this amount of clarity, which is unprecedented for Tekken patch culture. So, let's take a look at the Dragunov changes. Standing 4 is nerfed. I believe this is a combo damage change because he uses this in a bunch of his combos. 5 damage is significant, but consider that depending on where it happens in the combo, the scaling might be different. Because of the other nerfs they give him, they actually buff his forward 3, 1+2. This is a mid kick into like an overhead 2 punches, double fist or whatever. And it's a heat engager, heat engage launcher as well. So they made it -3, so he can still play the game with like side steps, parries, back dashes after the fact. And I like that. I like that they're considering that they're doing a lot of nerfing and that they may need compensation. And they tried to be kind of tactical about it. I think that's cool. Some quality of life stuff. The homing move, down forward 3+4, the strong aerial tailspin is nerfed in damage. And then a change to his Okuzemi. Down 4 was hitting differently than they wanted it to. So we'll have to see what the new reaction is when you down 4 somebody on the ground. Hatchet kick nerf. This is the big one. So the range is reduced because the forward movement is reduced. Increase the distance on a grounded and downed hit. So less, I think he had a opportunity to running to you. And if you stood up, you would get hit. So this probably takes away that situation. 4 frames of recovery time added. So it's no longer +7 and it's probably... Oh, sorry. It's no longer +7 and it's now +3. Now, what I was saying probably is because they say they alter Dragunov's behavior when it's blocked to ensure any character can punish with an aerial combo starter. To me, this reads as it's now a stagger low. So kind of like Snake Edge or Law's Dragon Tail. When you block this, the player is probably going to stagger. And that means any character can launch it. And I think that's why they didn't mention the frame data. It's probably now just launch punishable by the entire cast, as they said, any character. Back 4 no longer hits grounded. So they mentioned the whole string because there's also balance changes with that combo scaling if the last hit counter hits. But yeah, no longer hitting grounded is really, really nice. That move was kind of crazy. Like a mid poke with a string extension that could also hit grounded. And then some stability stuff with his QCF2, this like elbow tornado stuff, both in the string and by itself. Sometimes it would slip under the opponent, and that was crazy. But here is an insane change. Running 2. From +6 to +4, you might be thinking that's just 2 frames, but that changes a lot. So the damage nerfs, I'm not too concerned about. I think that's pretty reasonable considering how Dragunov was kind of just pumping out damage freely. But the frame advantage is crazy because Dragunov's throws are 11 and 12 frames, right? So an 11 frame throw at +6 would frame trap rage arts. It would frame trap parries, and it would frame trap armor moves, right? And I believe because it comes out at the same frame as the parry, frame 5, it would be an unbreakable throw. So Dragunov had a situation where he could do running 2 and throw you, and it would shut down your counterplay. So this is in alignment with this category 3 situation. But there's a lot of other changes as well. His back 4 was a frame trap. His down forward 2 was a frame trap, so you couldn't jab either of those moves. And now at +4, his down forward 2 loses to jab, and his back 4 trades with jab. So he no longer gets the back 4-3 heat engage threat after running 2. This is really, really big. This forces him to lean more into that movement poking style that he was known for in the past. And I think players like Fear of Silence and NA will benefit from this a lot because he was an old school Dragunov player from Tekken 7. I say old school. Really, it's new gen from Tekken 7. But that style seems to be what they're leaning towards rather than Dragunov just throwing out big moves constantly. So I like these changes. I definitely game warping will be interesting to see. Dragunov definitely deserved it, but this is crazy. Running 4, again, combo damage nerf. This was his wall tornado where he knees you, punches you, hums to himself, and kicks again. And then they tell you that even though the damage is down by 8, it really amounts to 2 to 3 with most combo scaling situations. Okay. And here's what I was talking about before. Recovery time for down forward 1-4 is reduced by 2 frames, but no change to frame advantage on block. So I think this is to make it easier to combo if it counter hits. Takedown 1. Recovery time reduced by 4 to allow the opponent to get up, I think, without unintended follow-ups hitting them. So huge changes for Dragunov. I think the Dragunov, like, meta slaves will probably consider dropping him just because these changes are pretty significant, and now there are probably characters that can do the meta slave performance stronger. It's up for debate who, right? We haven't seen the patch come out yet, but I think Dragunov will reduce in play rate heavily because of this. Who is next? So Eddie, a lot of these changes are really minimal, and I actually like that a lot. So like +1 frame situation, you can sidestep his down forward 1 now. But he's so new that it's hard to know what's best, right? Again, in EVO Japan, most people were not ducking his strings at the pro level. So we need time to see Eddie settle, and I'm glad that they took a really minimal approach to Eddie's changes. Bang Wei. The third of the holy trinity of Azucena, Dragunov, and Fang. Top 3 in the game, almost undebatably. In my opinion, received the least amount of changes. And probably deserves more. So the quick one is that his... well, let's talk about their philosophy, right? So they wanted to weaken his Heat 3+4, which was his ground pound. It guaranteed a mix-up after. It was super, super dumb. So nerfing that was, I feel like, almost a given. But his while crouching down forward 4-1 was an egregious move at high level. If you just did the first hit, you could go into back turn. If you do the second hit, you get frame advantage. And it used to be a staggered low. Like if you block the low, he staggers and you can launch him. But now there was a situation where you could block the first hit, try and visually confirm that you did, try to punish, and the second hit comes out. Or he never does the second hit, and now your punish either comes late, or you're hesitating and he hits you, or you wait for the second hit that never comes and he just resets to neutral. Right? So they call it here suppression of both risk and return, and I thought that meant they would change it how everybody expected them to. How they changed Dragunov's hatchet kick was to make it a stagger low. They did not do that. Instead, they increased the recovery of the first hit by 4 frames. So giving you more time to recognize that you blocked it and get a punish. This change ensures that if the opponent attempts a counterattack after blocking the first hit, they won't be hit by the second hit. So I like that on one hand, but it's still a lot of power to the Dragunov player, and it doesn't solve like to the Fang player. And this doesn't solve a lot of the low-level problems of dealing with this, right? So it's still an insanely strong move, but again, I'd want to play against it to be sure. The damage change is also interesting because now the first hit is still really strong. Okay, last thing about Fang though is that his parries have been normalized. So parries are active on frame 5. He still had a punch parry on frame 2 and on frame 3, right? So they've normalized that. Very cool. And then damage changes to his strong aerial tailspin and a few other moves. I do feel like out of all these characters, the strongest, Fang was barely touched. So I feel like we're going to see a lot more of him, especially of the people who were playing Dragunov. Okay. Next significant change, Jack 8. They talk about buffing his Gamma Howl. That's his stances. His 2 stances, right? Well, I think Gamma Charge is the bubble shield and Gamma Howl is the stance. The most significant change, I think, is that he's going to start recovering health, the gray health, and heat when successfully landing Gamma Howl moves. Specifically, the Gamma Howl 3+4. Also, his Gamma Howl 1 being -9 now, this is the homing mid, is pretty crazy. Because you would want to duck the high, and if you block the mid, at least you got a block punish. But now, he has the safe option with the mid. It becomes a lot more spammable, and now the guard break is a lot scarier because you don't really get much out of... Or sorry, not the guard break. The high option with the kick. Whether he does the punch or the kick outside of heat, it just becomes so much more annoying because you're not going to get damage for dealing with that stance. And because you can't sidewalk it, this becomes like a very low counterplay, low interaction move. The strategy is probably to play your +9 frames after. I don't think Jack is in a super nasty spot, but small changes like this added up over time could make him very strong, as is the case with a bunch of Tekken characters. Okay. Character. June. First, I want to mention Jin. I think Jin's Heat Smash is really dumb. It can wall break from really far. It's almost impossible to step. It feels like a budget Devil Jin one, where like it is so oppressive that you kind of just have to respect it like he's got a gun in your face. Surprised they didn't adjust it, but we'll see what happens as time goes on. The change to Jin's 1-2-1 and Zanshin up 1, where he like spins with the Devil Wing, you know. Your jab punishes would often miss, so I'm assuming this is a change to that and make it easier to punish. Anyways, Jun Kazama. These changes were really surprising to me. Now, I'm not a Jun down player. Even though we didn't see her in the top 8 of EVO Japan, I thought she was a really strong character. She's been doing strong in other regions, doing well in other regions like Saudi Arabia as well. But what they've done is they've really, really changed how she works. And I want to see it in action and get numbers before I draw too many conclusions. But they've basically said that they're making her Kazama power do permanent health damage in addition to gray health damage, right? So they're saying that because she could recover health in heat and it didn't really take any, she didn't take any gray health damage in heat, she was too strong. So they wanted to nerf that. Understandable. But they also nerf how much she can heal with her like Heat Smash and things like that. So while I'm supportive of these nerfs because June was really, really oppressive, my gut reaction is this is too much. My gut reaction is that she can't kill herself with the Kazama power, right? So that's nice. But they've revised the health consumption rate. So some of it is no longer recoverable. I'm assuming that means some of it is still recoverable. But she can no longer spam her really, really OP moves. Fan of that. We'll have to see how it plays out. I do like that they reduced the tracking of the second hit of her Heat Smash. So the first laser and then the second Hadouken with like the crows is less likely to track you. And that's nice counterplay. I like changes like that a lot. She has similar like parry stability things that Asuka got. She's consuming less heat with forward 1+2. But yeah, just a surprising change that she's healing less and taking permanent health damage. I'll have to see how it plays out. It probably makes her play a bit slower, less of the big moves, and more of her conservative poking and like Asuka adjacent defensive style. But isn't that the opposite of like the aggressive style they wanted? Confused about identity and what they're looking for here. And then a bunch of quality of life stuff as well. Okay, Kazuya. You have to talk about Kazuya if there's ever a patch. Really, really minimal stuff. Looks like hitbox is adjusted to make sure he's only hitting you from the front and never from the back or the side. There were some situations where this string was natural, I guess, even though it shouldn't be. Hitbox expanded downwards on his Demon Paw and his While Rising 2 so that it's less likely to just whiff. I think that's nice. Quality of life for those hitboxes. And then the second hit of his Hell Sweep extensions will always track now, I think, if the first hit hits. It's pretty weird landing the first hit of the Hell Sweep and the second hit misses. Anyways, so Kazuya, minimal changes. Surprised that Heaven's Gate is still only doing 1 damage. I wonder if they're going to address that in the June patch. June the month, not Kazama. King. Always have to talk about King as well. They nerfed his Heat Smash damage by 4. I appreciate that. I feel like it should be more, but yeah. Can't talk too crazy about King. They'll come after me. It looks like there's a lot of these 1+2 window changes as well. I think hitting both buttons at the same time was probably weird, and they made it easier. This is a weird thing. Of his Shining Wizard, Giant Swing, and Tawana Twister, he gains more heat back when he lands it. So that's crazy. And then this low parry is also fascinating. King has a technique where I believe if you do giant, you run, hit Giant Swing, and then hold down forward. There's some combination of that input where he can basically do a Giant Swing out of running, and it looks like Shining Wizard. So this lack of low parry may be related to that technique, but it might also be something else entirely. The fact he can low parry, though, is nice. That makes sense. Like, quality of life, you should be able to low parry in situations where you can low parry. So, makes sense. But it looks like it's mostly quality of life and then heat buffs, and then nerfs to the Heat Smash. Strange changes for King, but at least it's something. Big change here, though. Kuma and Panda, they wanted to emphasize again their identity, so this is like a category 1 change. Leverage their stances to deal chip damage and delete that chip damage, right? And then they wanted to buff Panda specifically by increasing the power of her heat state. So in addition to like raw damage numbers on the Heat Smash, there's a big change here. So up forward 3+4 in heat goes from 21 damage to 40 damage, and it consumes less heat. That's a lot of changes. Obviously, this move is probably going to become more spammable, like the Bear Electric. Probably so Panda can get chip damage. But now that Hunting Bear forward 1+2, the unbreakable throw where they bite you and kind of grab you by the neck and do all this, erases gray health. So they've developed a new archetype for the bears, which is do chip damage, delete the chip damage. This obviously helps them across the board, but is especially nice probably against characters like Yoshimitsu and formerly June, who would heal a lot, right? Bear Sit low poke damage is increased. That's obviously nice. Wait, is Bear Sit 1 the low poke, or is it 2? Chat can tell me real quick while I go to the next change. Collision has been adjusted to alleviate issues. Yep, collision. Yep, so lots of hitbox consistency stuff, which is always really important. Cool. Bear Sit 1 is the poke. Yeah, okay, so that's what I thought. 1 is the low poke, and then 2 is the launcher. Thank you, Gemini Hero. Lars changes. They buffed the Heat Smash damage, which is not what I expected. Combo stabilization, I like. Making it easier to punish his Silent Entry 2 is also nice. They kept the +5 change on his Dynamic Entry 3. So they still want his stance to be unrage artable. I wonder if they still want it to be unsteppable. Interesting choice. Law. So I think Law is a slept on character. Very, very strong character right now, especially with his 1/1/1 being a launcher in heat on counter hit launcher on heat. He's allowed to really beat you up. He has a slide, which is always horrifying to deal with. And now that he has the up forward 3, a safe heat dashing launcher out of the crouch, he can do it out of the slide stance, and the 1/1/1, he's just able to kind of beat you up. The nunchucks are a great whiff punish. They're hard to punish at different spacings. Law is a super nasty offensive character. So they didn't really touch him. They just made it. They did the Rage Art general like consistency buff. And then they reduced the combo damage scaling on his While Rising 4. especially because on counter hit while raising 4, he gets a bunch of Dragon Charge guaranteed moves, and reducing the damage to that is nice because he is beating you up all the time. And then back 4-3, I didn't even know this is an issue. Apparently, he didn't get a natural combo when he hit you from the back, so adjusted to hit continuously, even when hitting from behind. And Lee, I don't know what's with all these slide characters and hitting from behind, but it's the same thing with his forward 3-3-3-3-3. Apparently, it would drop, and now it's consistent. And then there's a small change here too, with down back 3+4. Apparently, it was hard to do after heat animations. I didn't know that was an issue. I don't play Lee, so cool quality of life stuff. Leroy, the #1 complaint about character in my YouTube comments. I could make a video about anybody, and in the comments, somebody will say, buff Leroy, or Leroy needs nerfing. And you might be thinking, I know this is a joke. Like, right, that's obviously a joke, VDX. Not a funny joke. And I see it all the time. I think I'm allowed to complain about it. Let's look at how they buff Leroy. They tell us, which is really nice. They want to improve the performance of Wing Chun style rapid strikes and parrying techniques, which are unique to Leroy. And they've expanded it to excel in both offense and defense. And they've even added moves like Sidestep 1+2. Chain Punch Seed can be performed from standard sidesteps. Pretty cool. Increase Heat Smash. It seems like they just give Heat Smash damage if the character is not doing well. Brian had this happen. I don't know why Lars had this happen. Leroy had this happen. Seems to be like their go-to to make a character a bit stronger. It's just give him 5 heat damage. Heat Smash damage. He gains back heat when his chain punches hit. And now when he's doing chain punches, his heat gauge won't like deplete. So if he starts chain punching, he's not going to run out of heat, so he can do the heat dash, right? Quality of life stuff because this animation takes so much time. Increased opponent's recovery on block by 4 frames. Does that mean it's now like +4 more? It's hard to say. I wish they would say it explicitly because it's never really clear. Same thing here. Recovery time has been reduced by 4 frames. Does that mean it's 4 frames safer? Or is it just your opponent has 4 frames less to react to the fact that you stopped the string, right? Important question that we'll have to see when the patch comes out. Forward 3, 1+2. It used to be duckable on hit, which was surprising. I think this is a nice quality of life change. I don't know why a string would ever be duckable on hit, unless it's a low, right? Like usually lows are duckable on hit if it's like a low high string. Not usually, but that's where you would see it. But the fact that it's coming, the fact that somebody could hit you with the mid and then you could duck it was a bit odd. So I think this change makes sense. Recovery time reduced by 4 frames. Again, is it minus frame better? Is it minus 4 frames like safer, or is it just the speed of recovery of both players? He gets gray health back now for parrying. A perfect parry gives him 5 health. Imperfect parry gives him 3, which is an interesting mechanic. I want to see how that works. If that is actually going to matter a lot. Like if people are just whiffing parries, it probably doesn't matter, right? After Twin Dragon Gate succeeds, damage for the final attack is buffed by 5, and then there's a wall stun. I believe that's where, not like wall splatting, but wall crushing. So they bounce up against the wall, they're in crouch, and you have a huge amount of plus frames. I think that's what this means. Back 3, this change is crazy. So it used to be on counter hit, you get the guaranteed Hermit stance 4, 1+2. Now it happens even on normal hit. So back 3 is a homing high, and now it has a guaranteed follow-up, which is pretty nasty. Pretty. Tracking after successful parry has been enhanced. That's cool. Hermit 1+2. These are more chain punches. Forward movement increased, so probably it whiffs less. Increased opponent's recovery by 8 frames. So does this mean it's like +8 better? In other patches, like we'll see up ahead for Zafina, they tell you the plus frames. So I don't know how this works. Does it just make it slower for them to act? You know what I mean? It's unclear. We'll have to see. And then his cane moves have better tracking after contact. So it doesn't whiff like midway through. And I like these changes. One thing that isn't really balance related, but I think would make Leroy more fun. The reason a lot of people I know don't play Leroy is because he feels slow. Even though he has these rapid chain punches and like quick moves, he just feels slow and clunky. And I think it's because you hit one button and he does a million punches. So it feels like it's playing a cutscene. But what if you hit one button and you had to press each punch? I think if he had that level of feedback like Steve used to have with his Gatling gun punches, it would be really fun to play Leroy, right? I think it'd be super fun to play Leroy. So I have a wish list thing that will probably never happen. That for punches, you get to press each button. I mean, Brian has it with his machine gun punches, right? So I think it'd be cool if every character who does multiple punches had that style. Yeah, like Lee's Acid Storm, forward 3-3-3-3-3. The move is so satisfying because you hit each one. So would it be cool if for Leroy, you hit, even if it has like a generous buffer, it doesn't have to be so precise that it has to be timed, but at least let me hit the buttons as many times. I think it would feel really good. And then they add a blue spark and stuff like that. That's a good suggestion. They could add blue sparks and stuff like that. So Leroy, a lot of buffs here. Hard to say how it's going to play out for the overall character. Because A, we don't see a lot of Leroy in the first place, and B, it's hard without a big sample size to know how effective the character can really be. There's probably a lot of stuff that hasn't been explored yet. They're clearly shoehorning him into this parry and chain punch style, so makes sense with the Wing Chun identity. I want to see people get nasty with Leroy and see what it looks like. You'll notice Lily has minor changes, but they did mention they'll target her in the next patch. Oh, I'm sad about that, but it has to happen. The character's really, really strong. Same with Paul. Paul is pretty strong, but all they've done is reduce heat smash tracking after the first hit and increase the second hit of Demo Man tracking. So like stability, consistency changes. Raven. Heat smash easier to punish, I believe, if you sidestep it because expanding the hurt box. But it's like a projectile. He sends like a shadow clone at you, so it's a bit weird. Tracking capability of the second hit has been enhanced exclusively when the first hit connects. Right, so similar to the Paul change, these are multi-hit moves. If the first hit connects, the second one tracks better. So less midway whiffing. And then hitbox enlargement on Wall Rising 4. Elisa had the same change. Reyna, a character that is menacing in a first to 2. So her win rate is really low online, and I think that's because she has a lot that she asks a new player to learn. But a mid to high level Reyna player is very hard to beat in tournament in a first to 2. She forces you to guess over and over. She controls the timing of the neutral with forward 4-2, and she has electric, she has hop kick, she has all the Mishima tools. A Mishima tool with neutral control like that is very scary. They didn't really touch any of Reyna's strongest tools. So I believe Reyna may shine a lot more, especially as Dragunov and Azucena have really dipped a bit. There are players who are very capable of executing what Reyna is asking you to do, and this is going to be pretty scary. The only nerf being her like heat smash is pretty concerning. But at least we'll see more Reyna. She is a really cool character design-wise. The big question of the day, Steve Fox. Steve Fox. Another one of the most complained about characters in the entire cast of Tekken 8. I play a lot of Steve. I played a lot of Steve in Tekken 7. I have a lot of opinions. I think Steve is the quintessential anti-Tekken character. Just by existing, you have to be afraid to use any of your buttons. You're forced to play really quick moves, otherwise you die to back one. While you're trying to play quick moves, he can counter hit you with 1-2-1. If you try to low crush these or high crush these moves, 1-2-1 and back one, he has down forward 2, which is a mid counter hit option. Yes, a lot of these tools are nerfed, but once you overcome the initial skill hump of Steve's stances, cancels, and finding like basic movement, defense, and counter hit timing, he becomes a really cheap character at high level. So these changes are very interesting to me as someone who has seen people kind of pocket pick Steve in Tekken 7. I think he's cool as a specialist character, and he's still cool even as like a pocket pick character, but because he's less technically satisfying in this game, I'm less interested in seeing him be so good that everybody plays him. So let's go through a little in depth on these just because I'm interested in this character deeply. Heat Smash buff, their go-to. Hitbox on the Rage Art, their go-to. Okay, and explicitly in the philosophy they mentioned Lionheart and up forward 2, and I like these changes, but we'll talk about it more. Sonic Fang, first hit could hit and the second hit would whiff, so I like that they have stabilized that, so it's more likely that both hits will hit. I assume it should always happen now, but you never know. Big Lionheart changes. So let me pull up Steve right here. Steve's Lionheart stance has a few specific frame numbers, right? So +7 is the most common. It happens on his stomp. It happens on his jumping stomp. I can do it. Yep. And it happens on back 1-2 and ducking back 1-2, right? Either way. right? Always +7. And this was annoying for Steve players because if you remember, Power Crush is frame 8, right? Or sorry, Power Crush is frame 7. So if he's +7 and does his Lionheart 1, he will trade with the Power Crush and lose. So unless you did a different Lionheart transition, you had to either duck cancel and block the Power Crush, weave and dodge the Power Crush, which sometimes wouldn't work, or do something like this and kill them, right? The other option was to do the frame tight Lionheart plink peekaboo cancel. So if you hit forward 3+4, but you plinked the 3 and the 4, it's not going to show on the input display because I'm controlling the computer. But basically, with a frame tight input, you could go into peekaboo stance and grab them out of their Power Crush. It was a very frame tight, high execution thing to do, but it was really cool. And it gave a lot of expression to playing Steve. Now they've made it easier, which I don't mind. He gets +1 on all of these. So now he's +8. This means in all of these situations, Lionheart 1, where he says body, is a frame trap, right? This aligns with the situation he had on Heat Smash. So on Heat Smash, after it's blocked, do I have it recorded? I don't have it recorded. Let me show you. On Heat Smash, if his Heat Smash is blocked, he's +8 as well. So Steve already had this potential to do Lionheart 1 after his Heat Smash is blocked. And now they've basically made all of these other situations identical. So there's a visual example. Steve's +8, and this becomes a frame trap even for armor moves. Okay, so more of that is great. Now he has a real scary stance coming off of a low, his 13 frame punish, some ducking moves, so if he's evading a move, he gets a bit of reward. But there's a bit more drama to this stance that I want to cover in a second. Up forward 2, forward movement increase, so it's like a better whiff punish as well for a full launch. That's pretty nice. Steve already had whiff punishment options, right? Steve could whiff punish with, if you were really quick, peekaboo up forward 2. Right? I want to look at the damage numbers on this while we're here. So peekaboo up forward 2 does 23 damage. Up forward 2 does 20 damage, right? So there's still a reward for doing the harder option, right? Doing this, go into stance manually and then hit up forward 2 versus just hitting up forward 2 by itself. And I think that's important. Rewarding the skillful option makes sense, right? To a point, right? There's such a thing as too much, but this is a nice buff, quality of life for all levels of play. While Rising 1-1 had that weird ducking bug, and then spin sometimes if you go into peekaboo after he would just leave peekaboo, I guess. And then some more quality of life. But the big change here is they took out this peekaboo cancel. He used to be able to do Lionheart, and then with that one frame plink, he could go into, I say plink, by the way, as the button input where you tap one and the other. I know there's like priority linking, and I'm not a Street Fighter player, but when I think of plink, I think of like ba-ding, 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 instead of at the same time. If you did that within one frame, you could go into peekaboo off of Lionheart, and you could go to ducking indirect, which is the speed dash, right? Like the heat only extended duck. They removed that. And this is a frustrating change to me because I don't think it was necessary to remove. It was a emergent behavior technique, right? And it wasn't really strong enough to be game warping. It was a glitch, sure. But you know what else was, I don't want to use the word glitch for this one, but you know what was also unintended behavior was a Korean backdash. You know, I can't do this on P2 side on a pad, bro, but you know what I mean? This is unintended behavior. I think a lot of the coolest parts of many competitive games is unintended behavior leveraged by passionate players who do a lot of study to get really cool advantages in games. It's fine that it's gone from a Steve strength angle, but because it really didn't do much, right? At a really high level, it was almost too risky to go for. But pulling it off in a match was one of the most satisfying things possible for me. Like if I knew a guy was going to power crush me and I did the Lionheart cancel perfectly like this, and I was able to cancel it into my peekaboo stance and then grab him, that was so satisfying. It felt like I really outplayed him. Now my only outplay for that is just hitting one. You know what I mean? So I don't think he was getting enough reward to justify removing it from a balance perspective. So my understanding is they removed it because it was unintended behavior. And I think, I'm not a developer, but I think it's okay to leave some unintended behavior if it's not game warping. And to me, this fit that description. So I'm really sad to see it gone. This means it's probably not coming back because it wouldn't make sense for them to add back like a bugged behavior. But I do find it disappointing. Last cool little consolation change, I guess, is Lionheart 1+2. The unblockable is sped up. And the behavior on hit is modified to enable potential aerial combos. So I don't know if this means it's now a strong aerial tailspin or something else or combo ender. But they want it to be used in combos now. And the other cool little side effect of that change is Lionheart 2 was 16 frames and 1+2 was 20 frames. So if it's 16 and 18, it's a lot harder to fuzzy guard. I would say it's pretty much impossible to fuzzy the high without dying to the mid. So that's my take on the changes. I think Steve is in a better position being able to have this heat smash frame trap scenario off of his common moves that would go into Lionheart. Disappointed by the removal of skill expression. The developer's decision. Not mine. Okay. Key characters again. Shaheen, not many changes except he had like a mini infinite where if he hit you from the side with this move, he could just keep chaining it together. Now they let the attack throw go off. Like he succeeds with the attack throw. So it removes that infinite situation, which is good. That infinite would have been crazy to be hit by in an actual tournament match. Xiao Yu, an absolute menace in this game. One of the most controversial characters I mentioned. I did a video on Xiao Yu's AOP, and my ultimate conclusion was that AOP is fine as long as you nerf her offense. And all of the comments were just saying, learn the matchup. She needs it. Right? Like, I was approaching it from a very level-headed take of what makes the character strong, what makes her her identity. And I think the Phoenix stance, or AOP, is a lot of her identity, and she should keep that. But the people complaining didn't really stay till the end of the video for me to say that. So I like the change approach they're taking here of nerfing her Hypnotist mixed up and nerfing her guaranteed spike combo ender, the up back 4. Nerfing that and letting her keep her evasion makes a lot of sense. So this is actually one of the best changes I think I've seen in this entire patch. So if you go through all of the Ling changes, you'll see that they're kind of focused on that. Notably, recovery time increased by 1 frame. Does that mean it's minus 14? Minus 13? I don't know how they're changing the frame data on punishability. But Hypnotist 3 has increased recovery time. Hypnotist 2 consumes more heat. And her there's a special style throw note change here. I need to talk about throws one more time in the beginning. Or at the end. It was mentioned in the beginning of the patch notes. But yeah, nerfs to her damage and her mix-up game overall. It's not huge nerfs, if you ask me. But especially this in-heat forward 2-1-2 and up forward 2. It's where she jumps and does like this. That was doing a ton of damage. So they nerfed her combo damage mainly, which is really cool. Last couple characters, and then we'll talk about overall thoughts. Yoshimitsu, I think, is an incredibly strong character, really, really hard to fight against, and honestly really dumb, because he has really good Tekken moves, like basic uppercut, down forward 2. And in addition to that, he has the rule-breaking moves with flash and spin and all these other options, right? Unblockable low sword sweep. So Yoshi is in a really strong spot. It looks like they targeted mostly quality of life stuff. It didn't look like they made any significant changes to his balance. So we may have to see. I think, actually, no. He was he was mentioned as a target for 1.05. So we'll have to evaluate later. Until then, quality of life changes are nice. That's really good. Zafina. These changes are insane. I can't lie to you. These changes are insane. So they wanted to improve the performance of her new Tekken 8 moves and improve the variety of her offensive options, especially Tarantula down forward 1. Now this is a cool looking move. I like Tarantula down forward 1, okay? This move, right? Cool ass move. Nice animation. Azazel power. I don't think they were cooking with this one, man. Look at this. Just look at the numbers here. Take the numbers out of context for a moment with me. Zafina 1-4. Behavior of opponent on hit has been modified, and the frame advantage has been changed from +2 to +22. To facilitate offense, the distance on hit has been reduced. On block, the distance has been reduced. So this move into Tarantula is currently +2. It's now +22, which makes this a frame trap. This is a frame trap now. And if that weren't crazy enough, Tarantula down forward 1 went from -7 to +6. So it's +22 into +6. They're making her a stance character. This is the biggest buff I've ever seen. This is the biggest buff I've ever seen. Other small changes, her running 1+2, reduce recovery frames by 3. So and faster startup. It's now homing and it's +8 on block. This is, I think this goes into Tarantula actually. Yeah, this move goes into Tarantula. Now it's faster homing. Good lord. This is insane. Now we obviously have to see how it plays out, right? Oh, this one too, Mantis stance. From +2 to +5. And if she goes into stance, +4 to +7. Now reacting to this move is crucial. It's 22 frames. It's not an easy reaction, right? But it can be trained. But the crazy part about this is at +7, she can do almost anything she wants, right? This now frame will counter hit jabs, like this becomes a frame trap, right? You can no longer really do anything. And the worst part is you used to be able to sidewalk left almost every option after this hits you. Now I'm pretty sure with +7 you can't. We'll have to test it, but this strikes me as a change similar to the Lars change with Dynamic Entry 3. This character might be a menace now. This is an insane change. Okay, and the last thing I didn't talk about was the throw changes they talked about. So, and the quarter circle back changes. Okay, so these are two big system changes that I really like. Did I show the speed kicks tweet at the beginning? It's been like an hour since I started recording. Let me know, chat. The first thing, character unique throws. So they have a lot of 12 frame throws that are insanely effective, especially as a punish to power crushes, right? So if Law blocked a power crush and you went -12, he could just do this throw and now he got a launch punish instead of just his 12 frame knockdown punish. Xiao Yu could get a launch punish, right? All these people could launch punish you for doing a -12 power crush, for example. They've slowed down these moves to 14 frames so that it makes it a bit more fair. And that solves the problem of not having to remove power crushes or throws as a punish to power crushes. All right. The other really good change on a system level, I missed this in the beginning, is the quarter circle back buffer. This tweet explains it very, very well. If you look at Dragunov's inputs here, I'm going to zoom in. You look at Dragunov's inputs, he does quarter circle back. Quarter circle back 2 is what the move looks like, right? But you can also release it early, have frames of neutral, and then hit the button. And it will still go off. It like stores the input. And at the craziest amount, like the most dramatic amount of stored input, was 16 frames. Do you see that? 16 frames of neutral before this 2 was ever inputted. And he still did the move. Now look at Dragunov specifically. Look at Dragunov's animation. Look at how long he stands still after that quarter circle back. Do you see that? Quarter circle back and then 2. So this was causing a lot of unintentional inputs. And on Dragunov, that's a big deal because it's launch punishable, that move. And why this was super relevant, especially, is people would try to duck a move and then launch with Wall Rising 2. And unless you had extremely clean inputs, this forced people to clean up their inputs, but a lot of legacy Tekken players never had this issue because this is a new change to Tekken 8. So people had to reprogram the ability to do a basic launch punish because of this change. So it looks like with this patch, they're rectifying that. Due to frequent unintended activations, it's been modified to only accept the final directional input specified for the move command. So maybe you have to continue holding the last forward and then hit the button, which is how it's functioned in the past and logically makes more sense to me than allowing 16 frames of neutral before you get that move. Jiggle, then 2. That's insane. Very, very happy with these changes. So my overall impressions of the patch, very, very positive. I think they really cooked with a lot of these changes, especially the quality of life ones, the stability ones. They're clearly looking at the Tekken 8 report hashtag and taking serious feedback. So I loved a lot of these changes. My only gripes come with the extreme balance changes prior to some of the most serious tournaments in the Tekken World Tour in the general scene. Zafina is going to be an absolute menace. People are only going to be able to lab against her for 2 weeks before she's going to show up and tear up the tournaments with new setups, new situations, and new defensive options. And we already saw with Eddie in EVO Japan that people are often not prepared for these characters, especially like at least Zafina is a base roster character. Eddie's a DLC character, so it kind of makes sense that some people can't even practice against him, you know? These are huge changes. The bears are going to be a lot nastier. And although I think the Bears needed it a bit, and Steve needed some help for sure, Leroy, everybody they touched, you could make an argument that they needed help or needed to be nerfed, right? Where did my page go? Especially Dragunov, Azucena, I think you undebatably needed to be touched. These are huge changes right before these major tournaments. And Azucena players who are trying to transition to this, I know a lot of players who came from Tekken 7 lost their character and picked Azucena. Now they're not sure if they want to stay with Azucena, because it's not just a nerf in terms of tier list, it's a nerf in terms of overall play style. And that's my concern, is you can nerf a character to be bad, but if their play style completely changes, that's really disruptive to the competitive players, right? So I think it was necessary, but it may have been heavy-handed. That's probably the best way to put it. And the Dragunov changes are going to, I think, reward old-school Dragunov players who did a lot of poking and movement. I don't see these as heavy-handed as the Azucena ones, although that running 2 change is pretty serious, right? It changes a lot of how he's navigating these situations. Ultimately, I think Azucena got it the worst, especially with the while running 3-2 being only +2, in addition to all the nerfs they've done before with tracking and only doing the first hit if it whiffs, and demanding this stance gameplay out of her out of the blue is a lot to ask. But such is the nature of playing a competitive game in 2024. We're gonna have to deal with these changes. When Lily gets nerfed, I think in the next patch, I'm gonna have to deal with these changes. It's a lot, and June too. Huge changes to June. Man, this is gonna be a challenging patch for people to deal with. But ultimately, I hope that the good faith of the developers to share their philosophy, be a lot more transparent, and kind of keep open this dialogue even with all the hostility happening. I personally think it's a good thing. There are so many developers who just don't even engage with the player base and just do their own thing. And that's the last thing we want, right? Having this open channel of communication is great. So let me know what you guys think. I know this was a long one, but those are my takes on patch notes. Please like and subscribe if you stuck around this long, and let me know in the comments if I missed something. There are a lot of character details. I'm not a character specialist for everybody, so yeah. And last note, Avum just said in the chat that this is the equivalent of the arcade version of Tekken, right? Everybody who doesn't know that needs to be reminded, and everybody who's heard it enough, well, has probably heard it enough at this point, right? This is the arcade version of Tekken. There's going to be gigantic changes at this time. So it's supposed to happen. It's just tough in this tournament season. That's all I have for you today. Catch you in the next one. Peace. Long ass video. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so tired. I gotta upload that and timestamp it. I don't want to timestamp that, man. That's so long. I'm a timing god. Yeah, that was good timing. I actually, like, I did so many takes that I forgot to mention that. That was fire timing. Bro, I don't want them to nerf Lily. They should, but I don't want them to. They said they'd nerf her in June, which is a month before EVO. And I'm going to EVO, and I need to not scrub out. Ah! my god. They're gonna make like Root of Evil +2 or something. They're gonna do something crazy like that. I need to like learn Elisa or something, bro. Would you be willing to make a predictive tier list? I haven't even made a tier list of the existing cast. Predictive is even worse. Oh. God damn it. Asuka gameplay? Hell no. Start preparing a second character from now. Brother, I can't even prepare a first character. It is so hard to master a character in Tekken on a competitive level. I don't have a main character. I can't even start thinking about a secondary character. Ugh. I don't think you have any issue adjusting to the change that happens. Well, what if they make Root of Evil like +2? That's gonna be insane. It's time for Elisa. No, I'm dead ass thinking about Elisa, bro. I think Elisa is immune to nerfs. I don't think they're ever gonna nerf Elisa. Don't be a doomer. Think of legends like Snake Eyes who got the distance regardless of the pressure. Believe in Lily even though you're nerfs. Well, the thing, Nate Doggy Dog, is I'm not that die hard of a Lily fan, okay? I'm not that die. I was a Noctis fan to the point where I would play Noctis like that. But Lily? She's not nearly as broken as the complaints imply. Who are you talking about, Lily? Lily is stupid, bro. Would you give Lydia a chance? I'd give her... Well, yes, but that doesn't solve my Evo problem. Elisa is broken. Elisa's fucked up. Elisa's very good. Victor's getting nerfed next patch too. Fang is ugly as fuck. I think Elisa's the smart pick. God, everybody thinks it's a window to suggest a character to me. Why not play Steve since you play him? Is he going to be bad after the buff still? I think he's still not that good. You don't understand, you guys. I have to get carried. Steve is not going to carry me enough. You think Victor will get heavily nerfed? Shit, he's winning tournaments in Pakistan. Make Steve carry you? Steve can't even carry himself. But you look like you have the most fun playing Steve. So you have to consider the fact that if I'm going to show up to a tournament, yes, fun is important, but there are competitive expectations for somebody to show up with a brand and platform and sponsors, right? Like I can't just like show up and dick around, you know what I mean? I'm looking for T7 Leroy, exactly. A T7 Leroy that I kind of enjoy. You think I can go back to my Leroy now? Leroy is still viable now. Stop crying to us. We are all red ranks. What? You don't want to hear my crying? Why are you here? Why are you here? Is Lily salvageable? What do you mean? Is Zafina mid-high? I don't know. The patch hasn't come out yet. How would I know? Gonna be that Zafina 1-4 is now a knockdown looking at those frames? No, it's impossible to know that. It'd probably be, it just said behavior changed. Regarding the Lily nerf. Yeah, what about the Lily nerf? When Nightbot says you tried, yes. If it's not in the like category, that means I didn't like them. Why are Steve's toes twitching like that? That's a good question. I did not look at his toes like that. Nice attention to detail and get help. Make an on custom for the... I mean, I already kind of did. Just... Lily doing without knowing what the change sounds counterproductive. I'm not Lily dooming. I've been around for a lot of Tekken patches, okay? I've been around for a lot of... You saw what they did to Dragunov. You saw what they did to Dragunov. And Azucena, right? Fee, why don't you just keep playing Lily and have a side character to work on? Yeah, because I'd have to grind a lot more. I'm already... This fucking patch note stream took 5 hours. That's 5 hours of gameplay practice I don't have. Right? Like, I just didn't practice the game for 5 hours. That's the problem. Right? So once I... And I'm too tired now to actually play the game. Am I about to play? No, I'm about to go to sleep. I'm tired. I need to play. Oh, I'm so sleepy all the time. Okay, then stop making videos. All right, where's this guy? That can't be real advice. Where's this guy? Write his name down. Write his name down. Big timeout. I'm probably gonna nap today and then practice the game later. But I need to make a thumbnail and timestamp. Actually, no, I'm gonna ask somebody else to timestamp this video. Hello, Mr. Editor. What time did I wake up? I woke up at 5 to do this patch note stream. It just took forever. But it was worth it. Are you... They said they're going to nerf Lily? They said they're going to target her. We know what that means. Does Zafina clip through her? I don't know. What the... Okay. I gotta go to bed. I'm tired as fuck. Let's raid somebody. Thank you for hanging out today, everybody. Where's my Wii Sports theme, bro? Or Me channel theme, sorry. Yes, I will hit people up if I want to play. Cheers, Avum. Wee woo, wee wee woo, wee woo, woo, woo. Beep, 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 beep. I'll raid No Pants. All right. I'm going to fall asleep. catch you guys next time. Peace out.